Good night, St. James North. Good night, Sand Hill. Good night, Upper Carlton. Good night, Grace Road. Good night, Barbados, and to you online watching us, we are the Barbados Labour Party, and we are here in St. James North to support our candidate, to ask and encourage you to support our candidate, Chad Blackman, to be the next representative come May 21st for this constituency, the constituency of St. James North. Now, Sand Hill and Upper Carlton, tonight we're going to bring to you members from this party who Chad is seeking to become their parliamentary colleague. And how do we make Chad their parliamentary colleague? And why are we willing to support Chad to become their parliamentary colleague and your member of parliament into the lower house of our parliament to represent you when that house is called? It's because we present to you a candidate who has worked hard from the very ground up, from humble beginnings, who has never seen a hurdle as a challenge. And as I canvass this constituency on his behalf and with him occasionally, many of you would have said to him and to us that life is filled with challenges. But with Chad, you've recognized a person who is willing to listen to you and determine how together you could work to clear these hurdles to continue to build on the work of this government in taking Barbados forward. Why we need Chad is because you are recognizing, like all of us knew before in the Barbados Labour Party, that it matters that people with humility, who have humility, have people who care about the very core of your existence and helping you to become better, should sit in the House of Parliament making decisions on your behalf and talking to us about them to ensure that tomorrow will always be better. And in this election on the 21st of May, the choice that you will have to make is for this candidate who will go to work every single day, who shows up every single day, as you've heard in previous meetings, where his colleagues, where the persons that work closely with him lets you know that he's first in and last out to the office working every day. And if that office is in Warrens or in Bridgetown, they tell you that he leaves each and every day and comes to St. James North and sit with you in your blocks, in your living rooms, in your gardens to help and let you know that he's not here just to ask you for the vote, but to build a meaningful relationship that will last for years to take you forward. And what is forward for him? He has shared over the course of this campaign so far that his vision is one where he wants to build you out and build you up. He wants to say to the farmers and the people we want this constituency and this neighborhood, everybody has some form of a kitchen garden. He wants to tell you, and he's telling you that he wants to form a cooperative where he could get, and you together could put all of your produce in a market where the rest of the constituency could use technology and you could order and support each other. That's building you up and building you out, providing markets and allowing the big words to mean something for your pockets and something for your lives. So tonight, we're going to talk a lot more about the things Chad is going to bring to the community to help you. We're going to talk more about the things that Chad is going to bring to this government to help all of us. But right now, we're going to bring you to the stage Adrian Meddick-Ford from the constituency of Christchurch West Central, the Minister of the Environment, who's going to come and share with you how what he works on will help Chad in building you up and building you out. And we're going to welcome him to St. James North. Give it up for Adrian Meddick-Ford.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole of the
Good night, good night, good night, St. James North. Good night, Sion Hill. Good night, Sion Hill. That sound better. Go big or go home. go big or go home to a home where the candidate does not recognize the demarcation for St. James North. Go big or go home to a candidate who canvasses St. Peter rather than St. James North. Go home, go big or go home to a candidate and a party that really and truly does not understand, that really doesn't understand the importance of free education. Go big or go to a candidate who doesn't understand the need to infuse technology into an education system so that our children can view above the mesosphere. Go big or go home to the lost decade of the 21st century, man. Go big and go with Chad Blackman because he have a big vision for the people of St. James North. I say so without apology. And we would have heard over the last couple of days all the big things that Chad did, all the big things he did all over the world. He was the advisor to the Director General of the International Labour Organization. He was an ambassador to many countries, Geneva and a host of countries. But what is important for us and the people of St. James North is that Chad, although he is a big man, he knows how to get down to the nitty-gritty and be involved in the lives of the people of St. James North in a way that they can relate to. But I must confess that I will get vocal for it, not only because I am here representing Chad as the best thing for St. James North, but I must also admit to you that I represent Chad as a constituent of Christchurch West Central, a proud constituent of Christchurch West Central. And Chad has his navel string buried in Christchurch West Central. So I am happy to say that Chad Blackman is a proud product of the great constituency of Christchurch West Central. But not only that, we must recognize that Chad only lived a couple years away from the next great Trojan in Christchurch West Central. I'm talking about the former Congress lady, the lady who ran for the president of America, United States of America, Shirley Chisholm. Only a couple of years from Chad. And like a true Shirley Chisholm man, Chad Blackman knows how to show up. And in the words of Shirley Chisholm herself, he knows how to stand up. And on behalf of the people of St. James North, Chad Blackman knows how to speak up and to speak your language in such a way that it seeks to improve the lives of the people of St. James North. I am saying, without apology, the big man with a big plan is the best thing for the people of St. James North. And I know that you would agree with me. Chad Blackman, when you can have a candidate who has admitted by virtue of relaying to you his personal challenges, but not only to say to you, do as I say, but he equally comes down to you to also say, do as I do. And he admitted that he's wearing a shirt with a little hump, and he's having some challenges, but he's saying in the same way that he's having challenges, and he recognized that chronic non-communicable diseases are a challenge in this country as we speak. He is saying in the same way that we recognize that this is a challenge, I am prepared by my own example to start doing the right things. And he is imploring on the people of St. James North to do the right things, including drinking more water, using less alcohol, eating less fats, and exercising more. Those are the basic things that Chad has been preaching across the constituency, because we all know it. A healthy nation is indeed a wealthy nation. And that attitude of a man who exposes his problems and his issues and also invite you to work with him because he recognizes that these issues are endemic not only in St. James North, but across Barbados. And I want to say to Chad, that Chad, you have done something that a lot of us who have crossed that political divide has not done. You have opened up yourself in a special way to the people of your constituency, and you have decided to lead by example. And we are proud to have you here on the Barbados Labour Party ticket representing the good people of St. James North. We are proud of you, Chad. We are proud of you. A big man with a big heart who has the interests of the people of St. James North. But I want to say, it is not only that he is talking about technology that will redefine education as we know it, where with a press of a button, those people in St. James North can appreciate what is happening across the rest of the world. It's not only that. Chad has insisted that through my ministry and through this minister, that the Millie Eiffel market, I want to talk to you today. The Millie Eiffel market, the market which now is the symbol of excellence in St. James North and across Barbados, a pristine market, one which the government invested $2.7 million. Chad had insisted back then, and he has continued to titillate on behalf of the people of St. James North so that you will have a facility where you could be proud of. I am saying this is a man that cares about our fishing industry. He cares about the fisher folk. He insisted, along with the then representative Eddie Hinson, that, you know, there's a song, which an old folk song, which they say that Millie gone to Brazil. I must be the first to admit that Millie is in Western St. James, 100 years old, of a lady who worked hard and tirelessly on behalf of the fisher folk, a philanthropist of sorts, a Trojan of sorts. Her memory can now be nestled in the bosoms of St. James North. And I want to say to Chad and to Eddie, you have done an excellent job, because that market will provide the hub for the fisher folk so that they can continue to make a living in this country. That is the sweat expenditure that this government has put in place to ensure that Barbadians can have all their dreams so that we can live the Barbadian dream. But not only that, you would have heard Ryan Strong in the last budget talk about BOCA. This is the Barbados Oceans and Coastal Authority. And you would have heard the Prime Minister herself allude to the fact that we must now, after being faced with a threat called climate change, we must now be able to build resilience, adapt to the vagaries, and there must be a coastal authority to be able to deal with it. And so I want to admit to you tonight that we have started with those drafting instructions. We are now in the consultatory stage at the ministry, where in the next couple of months or so, you would hear it being exposed at the level of Parliament, and ensuring that we have an authority that to build out the resilience that is needed in our ocean space, to ensure that our beaches which are our prized possession, that those beaches are not only good for our tourists, but for locals themselves. And we have started the consultation in terms of beach access. Chad and Edmund and all those good people in St. James North, I've got good news for you today, because I want to say that along with that, we have started the design works, the coastal design works, because the Prime Minister has insisted, and rightfully so, that we must have coastal resilience from the north of the country straight down to the south. And I want to tell the good people who live in Mullins, and who operate, of course, in Roeview, that those two areas will be having coastal work, coastal engineering work, designs, so that we can operationalize what we are doing in a way to build back our beaches so that the beaches could be used for Barbadians and visitors alike. That is what we have said. We are faced with a climate change crisis. Mother Nature as we know it. And that crisis, ladies and gentlemen, that crisis is real. And we know as a country, we now have to build our resilience, our mitigation plan. We must have that built environment. And that is what this new institution, that new BOCA, which is the Barbados Ocean and Coastal Authority, will be doing on a daily basis so that our beaches could be resuscitated. That is what we are doing for the coastal environment. But I know that we are coming with BOCA. The Dems may come with DOCA, because Dems only clowns ain't around. That is the meaning for DOCA. But our government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, our government has insisted that there must be a tangible stake for all those persons involved not only in the fishing industry, but across all the industries in Barbados. And that is where you have a big man who has a big plan to ensure the development of the people of St. James North. He has said it many times. You have seen it by his action. He's not only talking the talk, he is walking the walk and doing the do for the good people of St. James North. He understands the boundaries of St. James North. He knows when you go to an area in St. James North that you ain't camping St. Peter, although Colin will say thanks on his behalf. He knows the area. He understands the pulse of the people. He is a big man with a big vision for the people of St. James North. Ladies and gentlemen, the 21st of this month must be a special day for you all. I want you to get your energy together. Wake up early in the morning, listen to the forecast. They're going to wake you up too. St. James is an agricultural community. Listen to the forecast. Get up early in the morning. Recognize that there is a name on the sheet. There is a name on the ballot paper. That name is Chad Blackman. Recognize that if you put a big X for the big man, don't let it touch the line, because we must bring home Chad Blackman so he can continue the legacy of the representation and the good representation of St. James North. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a simple task. You have a task to continue good representation. You have a task to continue with a man who is going to work with every single sinew to ensure that you have a tangible stake in this country. A man who understands that our little children must have the vision to have a scope beyond the horizontal, a line called the horizon, which seeks to separate in an imaginary way that which is the sky and the sea. But beyond that horizon, there is a global technological space where Barbadians can command. That is why he is saying it in the education tech program that he's bringing to this constituency. I want you to recognize that when you put that S, you are putting that S for a man who cares about your livelihood. A man who has insisted that the people of St. James North must have a big voice. I want you to get up early in the morning, put on your running shoes, get in the line fast, come out in your numbers and support the big man with a big plan, with a good vision for the people of St. James North. You must continue the legacy. The Prime Minister has said that the people of Barbados must be given every opportunity to live the Barbadian dream. That Barbadian dream over the last decade was the Barbadian nightmare. This is an opportunity for you to be led on the front line of a global crisis, on the front line of a climate change where you need all hands on deck. This is the opportunity for you to put a man in Parliament to represent your ideas, to represent your needs. I am saying, ladies and gentlemen, get up early in the morning. You hear the 4 o'clock. Get up and tell yourself, let me go and continue the good legacy of the Barbados Labour Party under Chad Blackman. You must use him as the conduit. You must endorse him. He dances with you. He pranced with you. He's eating healthy with you. Give him a chance. Give him a chance to represent you in the House of Parliament. Give him a chance to be your MP Ladies and gentlemen, a big man with a big plan, a big man with a big heart, a big man with a big vision, Chad Blackman, Chad Blackman, Chad Blackman. Thank you.
Chad, we going big, we going big, we going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity.
Good night, Sion Hill. Let me hear you again. Good night, Sion Hill. Good night, St. James North. It feels good to be back in election mode. Because you know why? I can't wait to see Chad Blackman walk up the House of Assembly. By the way, my name is Roy Bishop, and I'm the co-chair tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, you have one choice come the 21st of May. And that choice is the big man, Chad Blackman. The man with a big vision, a man with the big passion, a man with a big heart, and a man I know will do big things for St. James North. Chad is following in the footsteps of Roll Eastman, following in the footsteps of Edmund Hinkson, and I know between the three of them, Chad will do the most. You know why? Because I believe in Chad. He believes in the people of St. James North, and the people of St. James North believe in Chad Blackman. Look around, you have no other choice. I don't see no other person running against Chad. Do you? There's nobody running against Chad. I walked the constituency yesterday and today. I have not seen a poster of nobody but Chad Blackman. What does that tell you? They're not ready. They don't know what to do. And if they don't know what to do, I know the people of St. James North know what to do. And that is vote Chad Blackman. 90% of the people I spoke to said, Bishop, we don't care who else they bring. We voted for Chad because right now, there's nobody else on the ballot paper but Chad Blackman. I want to bring, ladies and gentlemen, a lady, a senator. She will come to you and help convince you why you should vote for Chad Blackman. That lady and gentlemen, is none other than the Senator Lisa Cummings.
Chad, we going big, we going big, we going big.
Good night, St. James North. Good night, St. James North. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night, Barbados. We are getting ready for May 21st and the day after May 21st. So when we look out from the platform and the stage, we can see nothing but a sea of red saying nothing but Chad Blackman, Chad Blackman, Chad Blackman, the new member of Parliament for the constituency of St. James North. I want to stand here tonight just for a few minutes and talk to you about my friend, my comrade, my Senate colleague, my cabinet colleague, and my longtime friend, a man called Chad Blackman. You know him as a big man. You know him as a man with a big voice and a big vision. But I want to tell you about this man who I met somewhere back, I think I want to say somewhere about 2006, 2007. Chad, the other night, down in Husbands Road, talked about how important church is. I met Chad in church. That's how long ago I met Chad. So when he says these things, he isn't saying it with the fear of contradiction. He's speaking truth. He is a man who is grounded in values and principles and moral standing. And I am proud tonight to stand here in St. James North on his behalf. I have been proud to walk the avenues of St. James North, the Sion Hill Terrace, to meet Miss Clinton cross the road, the Smalls up inside, the Braffets further down the road, the Medfords down the road, all good people of St. James North. But here's what I want to say to you. This candidate that we have brought as the Barbados Labour Party to this constituency is reflective of who the Barbados Labour Party is and how we see you. We take you seriously. Now contrast the Barbados Labour Party, and I can take you on a journey with me for the next few minutes. When we were coming up to 2018, were we not red and ready? Were we not an opposition in waiting? Did we not have candidates in every constituency ready for whenever an election was to be called? Did we not take immediate action as soon as we won the election because we were red and ready? How could a party who does not even have candidates selected, is not ready to be in opposition, far less be in government? How can they come and be your representative? How does a political party that does not know the constituency, that has not met half of the people around here, does not know the people who are in agriculture? Indar Ware is here. I see Indar in the audience tonight. I don't know how a political party who does not know about the people who are growing lettuce and thyme and cabbage and Chinese cabbage, how they can come and connect under my ministry with agencies like the trust funds. The Barbados Labour Party, since 2018, has dispersed over $25 million in the trust funds program. Not to big people as the Democratic Labour Party would have us believe, not to friends and family as they would have to say, but ordinary Barbadians like the people who live in St. James North. The Barbados Labour Party, through the Trust Loans Program, has made sure that farmers, people in the tourism sector, people who are selling goods and services, people who want to set up a little hairdressing shop like Galen up in the bottom, it is the Barbados Labour Party who made the Trust Loans Program possible. So if you want $5,000 or $10,000, you have heard Chad Blackman say that in this constituency, he intends to bring business and markets to the constituency to help the people to earn a living and to be able to sustain themselves and to grow and to thrive. But if the trust loans is too small, there is the fund access. If trust loans has dispersed under the Barbados Labour Party since 2018, $25 million, fund access has dispersed over the life cycle of its existence $77 million, people. And it is for people to be able to grow their business. So when I butt somebody down in Carlton who tells me that they want to be able to buy another truck or buy another bus or buy another car to run their taxi business, that's what fund access is there for. And Chad Blackman has promised you that he will bring these agencies and all the institutions of government to this constituency to help you and to help your children and to help your neighbors to be able to take their businesses to the next level. That is what Chad Blackman promises. That is what Chad Blackman is going to do. On education, Chad Blackman sat in the cabinet with me, he sat in the Senate, and he has a passion for young people. He has a passion for education, and he wants to be able to bring homework clubs, education clubs. He's already launched the tech club further down the road at Gordon Greenwich Primary School. He has talked about the agriculture initiative. He intends to be able to bring opportunities for training and skills development back into St. James North in a way that his opponent on the Democratic Labour Party side does not know where to begin because they don't know the constituency. They don't know the people. They're not even ready in their own party, far less to run a country. And that is where I want to go with the next few minutes with you. If a party, but Kadir, in truth, if you can't run your house, you can run a business. If you can't run your own constituency, if you can't run your own party, you can run a country. Would you trust the Democratic Labour Party or any of their candidates? in your parliament. Not one. Not one. In fact, I want to address something here tonight. I am one of the people who believe in democracy. All of we out here believe in democracy, though. All of we, not one and not the other. We believe that democracy thrives when there is an opposition. We ain't got no problem with the opposition. But if you have a choice of an opposition, but Kadir, when the Barbados Labour Party even had three, we had a real opposition. We even had a real opposition. Some of the best speeches you can find when the Barbados Labour Party only has three candidates in the House of Assembly. What does the Democratic Labour Party bring to the House of Assembly if they cannot even get their own house in order? So I want to say to the people of this constituency who are speaking about wanting an opposition, that you want an opposition that is able to represent you. The Democratic Labour Party, say it with me, cannot do that. You want an opposition who's able to add value. The Democratic Labour Party, say it with me, cannot do that. The Democratic Labour Party cannot bring markets in this constituency because they don't even know how the systems of government work. They cannot help anybody. In fact, I would actually have to ask all of you to help them because they are helpless. They are helpless. And so, Chad Blackman, he comes to the constituency instead with a vision, with a plan. And he didn't just promise it. He has started to deliver it. And he has come with a red army, red and ever ready, walking the length and the breadth of the constituency and talking to people. Now, I want to be clear. One of the things that we have heard is that people still want to see us after the election. This Chad Blackman, who is coming to this constituency, is not a half-hearted kind of man. When he's in, he's all in. So I have every confidence that Chad Blackman is going to be walking every step of the way with St. James North. This Barbados Labour Party also has a prime minister. You may have met her. You may have known her at some point in time. Her name is Mia Motley. Everybody, not just in St. James North, but all across the world knows Mia Motley. Everybody. She is widely respected and highly awarded, not just for what she has done here, but what she has done overseas. And she has instituted something called Parish Speaks last year. This year, it was the Ideas Forum, and it is because she has insisted that the Barbados Labour Party must remain on the ground, always listening to people, always being able to respond to the concerns of people. And I can tell you, as a member of cabinet, that she takes seriously the things that you tell us, whether it is in a canvas like this, or it is in a one-to-one meeting with your member of parliament, or if it is in Parish Speaks, or if it is in the Ideas Forum. This is a listening party because we are at all times red and ready and committed to our communities and our constituencies and to the Barbadian public. Every member of the Barbadian public. The last thing that I want to say before my time runs out and it starts to give me the signal is that the cost of living has been an issue that has been raised by the opposition. I want to take a few minutes to talk about it properly. I have said it in the Senate and I will say it here tonight. Do not let the Democratic Labour Party come and fool you into thinking that the Barbados Labour Party has not done anything for the people on cost of living. That is not true. In fact, the first thing, and Sandra husband said it to you the other night, all of the elements of cost of living are not within our control. If the manufacturing costs have gone up in China, we're going to pay an increased cost. If the shipping costs go up, as they did at one point during COVID, it went up by 500%. We will pay an increased cost. But what did the Barbados Labour Party do? If you had a Democratic Labour Party government, they would say, well, ain't nothing we could do. we importing inflation, but now they would want to tell you that we have it in our control. What did the Barbados Labour Party do instead? Creativity and innovation. This Barbados Labour Party instead put a prices compact under the then Minister of Commerce, Kerry Simmons. That prices compact, which expired in February of 2024, has still held true to this day, even with the compact having expired. I sit as Minister of Commerce as well, and we have monitored prices in this country, not on every single good, but on the basic basket of goods. On top of monitoring the basic basket of goods, we can tell you because of it, not because we're guessing, but because we have people who are out in the field all the time. They have told us that the basic prices have held true since 2022 on the basic basket of good items. But we didn't stop there. The Prime Minister instituted a cap on the duties being charged when the goods come through the port. I ain't putting the fancy names to them, but what the port would levy on charges, the Prime Minister has capped that and reduced it by 17.5%. That is what the Barbados Labour Party did. But we didn't stop there. We put a cap on the prices of electricity. That falls in my ministry and in the Ministry of Finance as well, where on residential customers, for persons using electricity up to a cap, you have a lower rate of VAT, 7.5%, as opposed to the higher amount. Barbados Labour Party did that. What else did the Barbados Labour Party do? The Barbados Labour Party also, and Kerry Simmons spoke about it, the cap on gas. If gas goes over $4 at the pump, the cap kicks in. And you have not seen it go above that in the last little while for that reason. What else did the Barbados Labour Party do? In this year's budget, you heard it announced by Ryan Strachan. You heard him say that not only were we going with the items that are already in the basket of goods, you add on more. So stew beef, yes, the pears, the apples, the oranges, all of those things have now been added. So you have a much bigger basket of goods on which we are monitoring prices. But we didn't stop there. We did not stop there. In October last year, we launched something for you, and I want you to look out for it on your social media. I want you to look out for it in your newspapers. It's called the Prices app. Look for it and check. Price Check Barbados. You're writing it down? Price Check Barbados. Anytime you want to go shopping in the supermarket, you can pull up the app on your phone, on the internet, and you can see what the prices are from supermarket to supermarket for your goods. You can produce a basket of goods and say, all right, I ain't going down here, but I going there for this item. PriceCheckBarbados.com. This Ministry of Commerce did that for you under a Barbados Labour Party leadership. These are the things that the Barbados Labour Party has done. The team of the Barbados Labour Party has done. Chad Blackman is a part of this team. Chad Blackman is important to this team. We need Chad Blackman on this team to fight for you. We need Chad Blackman on this team to fight for Barbados. We need Chad Blackman, the one who has been the youth ambassador, the CARICOM ambassador, the international ambassador, the ILO ambassador. We want him to be the ambassador for St. James North too. And on May 21st, we are looking forward to being able to continue the work that the Barbados Labour Party has started and intends to continue under the leadership of Mia Amor Motley, with Chad Blackman as the representative for St. James North by her side, ascending the steps, going up into Parliament for the first time as the representative in the House of Assembly for this great constituency. You need to send this man, a great man, a big man, a man with heart, a man with passion, a man with vision, and a man who is a leader who I am certain will go on to do incredible things coming from this constituency of St. James North on May 21st. Get up early, brush your teeth, get a quick shower, put on some clothes, never red. Don't wear your colors in the campaigning on polling day. Get to the polling station and put your X. Don't touch the box. Go and put your ex next to the man who is a part of the team that is going to lead Barbados through difficult times, through turbulent times, but with vision, with a heart for people, and with the times that will make Barbados proud. Continue to make Barbados proud. Chad Blackman, the representative to be for the constituency of St. James North. God bless you. Good night.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man.
St.
big
James
heart,
North,
big
you
action.
just heard from Lisa Cummins. She was fiery. She was fiery. She told you that we are red and. She told you that we are red and that this Barbados Labour Party will give you, the people of St. James North, the choice of Chad Blackman come the 21st of May when you go to the polls. I am so proud. And my name is Kavon Henry, and to me is a proud moment to be on this stage for this party in this neighborhood. Having been made by this neighborhood, of small from across the top road, a couple batch from across the way, and a Wilson from down the road. Carlton means everything to me. So it is a great joy for me to be able to recommend my friend, Chad Blackman, to be your next representative. But we got across the line on the 21st first. And I mentioned that I am the Wilson from down the road, and a lot of you in this area would say he's the teacher fella nephew, or someone that's called the teacher fella son. But as he was a teacher, it made me think a little bit about words and letters and meaning. We are the Barbados Labour Party. We are the BLP. They are the Ds. And the teacher that taught me used to make us stay inside in the hot sun hours, and sometimes he said, read the dictionary and learn a word. And I just got going and wondering what would make me want to call myself a D. A D in school, was it something that you aspire for? A D was disappointing, dreadful, destructive, deplorable, disgusting, dismal, dangerous. A D is dangerous for Barbados, and we know it because we lived it. I lived it all my life, whether it was 2008 to 2018. I lived it, whether it was in the Sandford years. I know what Barbados and hardship looks like. But with the Barbados Labour Party, a B that often means beautiful things, blissful things, bountiful things, bold things, blessed things, beloved things, and big things. We come to Barbados to make it bigger and better all the time. And that is what the Barbados Labour Party and Barbados is a B, it's what we stand for. So when we say to you that Chad is the big man, he's not just the big man, but he represents a big party with big dreams and a big government delivering big things. And for you to understand this, you see every day in the news, something bigger and better happens. And to come and tell you more about the big works that this big government is doing, another big man, a tall man, a man from St. Peter, Colin Jordan, the Minister of Labour, and recently the Minister of Good News, is going to come and tell you more on why the BLP, why this government, and why Chad needs to be a part of this government for you in St. James North. Colin Jordan.
Chad. We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability.
Big man. Good night to St. James North. Good night to Sion Hill, Upper Carlton. There are people here from Bakers. There are people, yeah, I hear the people from Bakers. Some of them went to school with me at Black Bess. Yes. People here from Westmoreland. But good night to all of the good people of St. James North. The MC just now told you that he went through the dictionary and saw a lot of D words. I gotta tell you that in the dictionary, there are a number of good D words. But the problem with the Dems is that none of the good D words apply to them. The good D words are Labour Party words. Chad Blackman is diligent. There ain't a Dem in the leadership who is diligent. Chad Blackman is dependable. There ain't a Dem in the leadership of that pressure group that is dependable. Tonight we have come to share with you that you have a choice on May the 21st. Now, I mentioned the date even though you already know the date. I mentioned the date because I was canvassing in Ashton Hall a few days ago. And I went to a house. The gentleman had recently come back from England. I introduced myself. I told him I was canvassing on behalf of the Barbados Labour Party candidate, Chad Blackman. I asked him for the vote for Chad Blackman. I explained who Chad Blackman was. I told him he needed to go out and vote in the by-election of May 21st. And the man looked at me and asked me if there is a by-election on May the 21st. He said to me that the other people came to him a couple of days before asking for a vote and never told him that there was a by-election. They never told the man that he was supposed to vote on May the 21st. I saw that as an indication of the kind of party or pressure group that the Democratic Labour Party has become. They do not even know how to tell people when the election is. That is the Democratic Labour Party. That is what the party has disintegrated into. But Chad Blackman comes to you as part of an organization that has proven itself and that intends to continue to prove itself as worthy of your support, worthy of your confidence, worthy to have you come with us on the journey of developing this country. I've known Chad Blackman for a few years, and I have to tell you this. I really have to tell you this. Lisa just spoke about Chad as an ambassador, Chad at the ILO. I have had, and I say this all the time, not the opportunity, but I have had the privilege to work with Chad Blackman. I spend a couple of weeks every year in Geneva at the International Labour Organization. And ladies and gentlemen of St. James North, Chad Blackman has distinguished himself. And this ain't nothing that nobody tell me. This is what I have witnessed myself in the halls of these international organizations in Geneva. I have gone to the ILO. And you know that even now, I was there in March. And in March, it seems as though as soon as you land, people asking you, how is Chad? How is Chad doing? How is he doing? How we miss Chad. That is the stature of the man. But it goes beyond that. Even though ambassadors respect Chad, even though heads of government respect Chad, everybody knows that Chad has remained grounded. Chad has not allowed the fact that he mixes with all of these big shots to go to his head. Chad remains grounded. Chad knows from whence he came. Chad remains somebody that you can relate to. Chad remains somebody that little children like, that young people like, that the children of some of these same ambassadors can go up to. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. That is the kind of man you want to represent you in the House of Assembly. Before I say a little bit about what we've done in labor and for the workers of St. James North, I have been thinking about something that, there are a few Dems in St. James North. There are not a lot, but there are a few. And I have been a little bit hard on the Dems. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you tonight, and I'm not saying this too hard, but I've met some Dems who have said to me, you sound as though you're cursing all the Dems. But just like you, we don't like the leaders either. We are going to vote for Chad. So when you get on the platform, when you are getting a little bit rough, and they told me to tell Kerry too, when you are getting a little bit rough, say the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. We don't want you to curse us when you curse them. And they remind me, the few Dems in St. James North, remind me that some of them told me that they were happy that the Barbados Labour Party formed the government during COVID. They told me that if the Dems were in office during COVID, Barbados would be a graveyard. The entire country would be a graveyard. They were happy. Not the Dems leadership, but the few Dems that have some sense in St. James North are happy that the Labour Party was in office during COVID. I committed to sharing it with you. I'm not giving you no instructions. I'm not telling you who to tell off, but I'm just letting you know that. But ladies and gentlemen, the Barbados Labour Party that Chad Blackman is a member of, the Barbados Labour Party whose youth arm Chad Blackman led when he was but a younger man, that Barbados Labour Party has worked hard for the workers of Sion Hill and the workers of Westmoreland and the workers of Upper Carrollton and Bakers and all of St. James North. The Barbados Labour Party recognizes that there are a lot of people in St. James North who work in the hotel sector. A lot of people in this constituency work in hotels all across Barbados, not only in St. James. Some work in Christchurch, some work in St. Peter. The Barbados Labour Party, the party that Chad Blackman represents, went to Parliament and introduced a bill into Parliament, the Labour Clauses Concessions Bill. That bill is now law. That bill set the stage to allow us to say to all employers in the hotel sector that there is a minimum below which you cannot go in treating to your workers. The people from Lower Carrollton and Upper Carrollton and Sion Hill, those who work in your establishment, you cannot pay them below a certain amount. You cannot treat them below a certain standard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you would think that that is a good thing. I hope you believe that that is a good thing. But I want to tell you that in Parliament, when we were debating that bill, one person spoke against the bill. The Democratic Labour Party spoke about all kinds of deficiencies in the bill, not wanting to have established in this country a minimum standard below which the people of Sion Hill and Upper Carlton can be treated and a level at which they can be paid. That is the Democratic Labour Party that is coming to you and asking you for support. A Democratic Labour Party that used to say that it likes workers, but every which way you look in Barbados today, anti-worker, supporting big business. The Barbados Labour Party is a real Labour Party. It is a party that is fully behind the workers of this country. This is the same party, the party that Chad Blackman is a part of. The party that Chad Blackman has served in the cabinet of this country is the party that has established for those in St. James North who work in construction. The Barbados Labour Party established a minimum set of wages, a minimum level of wages, and minimum terms and conditions below which the workers in construction who live in St. James North cannot be treated if they have contracts with the government of this country. We believe, ladies and gentlemen, that if your taxpayers' dollars are going to a contract that is awarded to a company in this country, then that company has to be held to a standard. It cannot treat its workers below a certain standard. That is the Barbados Labour Party in office today. That is the Barbados Labour Party that Chad Blackman is a member of. That is the Barbados Labour Party that is supporting the workers of this country, the workers of St. James North, the workers in Sion Hill and Upper Carlton and Westmoreland and Bakers. That is the party that Chad Blackman is a part of. This Labour Party, ladies and gentlemen, didn't stop with those things. Do you know that the Democratic Labour Party, while in office, cut the reverse tax credit? You know who benefits from the reverse tax credit? Poor people. Poor people benefit from the reverse tax credit. The Democratic Labour Party cut the reverse tax credit. Does not care about poor people in this country. Does not care about poor people in this country. The Democratic Labour Party, despicable bunch, does not care about poor people. In office, almost as soon as we came to office, the Barbados Labour Party restored the reverse tax credit. All of it. The Barbados Labour Party, after the Dems, you know, most of those people who were in government could not have gotten a degree if they had to pay the tuition or if the parents had to pay the tuition. But the Democratic Labour Party believes in climbing up a ladder and then kicking it down. The Barbados Labour Party that Chad Blackman is a part of came into office and said, we cannot have a situation where only rich people, the children of rich people, can get degrees. Poor people, ordinary people in Sion Hill and Westmoreland must be able to go to the university and get a degree. That is the Barbados Labour Party that Chad Blackman is a member of. The public officers in St. James North did not receive a pay increase for 8 years under the Democratic Labour Party. No pay increase. The Barbados Labour Party came into office within months, a pay increase for the workers in the public service. And since then, two or three other pay increases. The Barbados Labour Party, the party that Chad Blackman is a member of, believes in the dignity of work and the dignity of the workers of this country. The Barbados Labour Party is the party that believes that workers must be supported. That is why in 2021, in the middle of a pandemic, when we recognize that workers were being impacted, we are sensitive to the plight of the working people of this country. We recognize that workers were being impacted. And even though we were in the midst of the COVID pandemic, even though we spent a lot of money paying for vaccines, even though we had to spend a lot of money building Harrison Point so that it could become a hospital, do you know what would have happened if we had to put everybody who was infected by COVID in the QEH? Do you know what would have happened? But we recognize that we had to do something so that Barbadian workers could eat. And as we say in St. James North and in St. Peter, that they could keep body and soul together. And we established a national minimum wage for the first time in Barbados in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect that by the middle of this year, we will be able to see the people of St. James North, the workers, will be able to enjoy an increase in the national minimum wage of this country. We are the party of the workers. We are the party of the working people of this country. Chad Blackman, the one who you have a choice to support. And let me say something. The ballot paper on May 21st will have more than one name. It will have more than one name. There will be the name of Chad Blackman on top. The rest of the names really can't make up one. So when you hear somebody from the platform up here says that there's only one name, it is because when you look at the rest, they can't make one. But there will be other names, so I don't want you to go to the polls thinking that the ballot paper only got on one name. But the Chad Blackman, the name you will see at the top of the ballot paper, is the name of a man who, in spite of his youth, is very experienced. In spite of his youth, is a mature man. In spite of his youth, is a man who has achieved much. That man, Chad Blackman, is a man who, though he has walked with kings and presidents and prime ministers, he has not lost the common touch. He is able to talk with you. He is able to interact with you. He is able to sit down and eat with you. He is able to drink with you. He is able to talk to your children. He is able to talk to the old ladies and the old gentlemen. Chad Blackman is the real deal. Chad Blackman is the one who deserves your support, and more than your support, he deserves your vote on May the 21st. I ask you, come out in your numbers on May the 21st. Support the big man with the big plan, with the big vision, the one who will represent you well in the House of Assembly of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend to you the big man, Chad Blackman. Good night. God bless you all.
Chad, Chad, Chad. We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.
I love this crowd. I love this crowd. Before I bring the next speaker, I want to tell you a joke. Somebody from Seaview, you know Seaview, what constituency is Seaview in? St. James Central. Somebody called me and told me the people from the other side came to their house canvassing, asking for a vote, saying them representing St. James North. St. James Central, you know, Seaview. So that's why I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these people ain't ready. There's only one candidate that is ready for this by-election, and that is Chad Blackman. One candidate. I want to bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, because you know we get some showers of blessing. Don't worry about the showers. This is showers of blessing that are going to bring in Chad Blackman. I want to bring to you the parliamentary representative for this constituency of St. Joseph, none other than the Honorable Dale Marshall.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.
Good night to St. James North. Good night to the Barbados Labour Party family. Good night to the friends of the Barbados Labour Party. But most importantly, I want to say good night to all of the individuals who have shown us that they still have confidence in the way this country is being run. I canvass today. I have canvassed other days. And at every turn, people have been saying, your party is doing a good job. Of course, you and I both know that there are some who would want to paint a different picture. They would want to suggest that Barbados is in shambles, when the only shambles you can find is at George Street. But while this party is building, that party is disintegrating. I want to begin tonight by thanking my good friend Edmund Hinkson for 3 terms of solid stewardship for this constituency. A serious government has to make sure that every single individual walks together. It has to make sure that we connect as a family. And Edmund Hinkson has been a loyal and devoted part of the political family of the Barbados Labour Party. Tonight's meeting is not about him. It is about commending to you a man named Chad Blackman. But I would feel that I am not doing a decent thing if I did not, on your behalf and on my own behalf, thank Edmund for his years of stewardship. Eddie, you are not sailing off into the sunset. We know that you will continue to work hard for your former constituents, for all of Barbados, and it has been a pleasure of mine to have served with you. But every political party must build. Every political party must refresh. You can't have the same people year after year after year, term after term after term, trying to do the same things that they did when they started. You can tell when a political party is sensible when it pays attention and applies strategy
to what is going to happen in its future. That is how we run the affairs of Barbados. We don't run the affairs of Barbados for today. We run the affairs of Barbados thinking ahead 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, thinking about the generations to come. And in order to be able to do that effectively, we have to refresh the candidates of the Barbados Labour Party to make sure that, first of all, they will be around in 20 or 30 years, because people like me probably won't be. But we also have to make sure that they are of the caliber that we can say to the people, you can trust them. Chad Blackman, in a sense, is new to politics. But Chad Blackman is not new to people. Chad Blackman is somebody who has impressed me from the day I met him. You call him the gentle giant, and that is exactly what it is. He is a big man with a big voice, but he has a big heart. So we commend Chad Blackman to you, and I'm so happy that Colin came before me, because I don't think I could have painted the kind of picture of Chad that he's been able to. But I can tell you that from what I know of him, from the way I've interacted with him, he is somebody who will serve the people of this constituency for the long haul, and he is somebody who will be serving Barbados for the long haul. Now, in a way, we could say this is not an issues campaign, because practically every house I went at, today, yesterday, the day before, they've all said, Chad got my vote. But it is still important for us, when we come to the people, to address certain issues, and Colin addressed the issues related to labor and work. And therefore, you would expect that as Attorney General, I have to address a few issues that might be of burning concern to you. The Democratic Labour Party, as it stands, has been spreading all kinds of information that is untrue. It is what we call misinformation, to suggest to you that this administration is not serious about crime. They try to suggest to you that this administration is not tough on crime. They suggest to you, and this is perhaps the strangest thing of all, that this Barbados Labour Party is somehow in bed with the criminals. Now, I want to spend the few minutes I have addressing just about 10 points, which will demonstrate to you that this administration is not at all guilty of the things that they're saying. They want to suggest that crime is a huge problem in our country and that this government is doing nothing about it. So I want to give you the facts. I want to give you the records. The first thing that you have to remember is that what is happening now did not mushroom overnight. When we were in opposition, we were seeing the seeds being sown. And we were warning them, and we were saying, this is not a Democratic Labour Party problem, this is a Barbados problem. And we want to put our shoulders to the wheel. Can we talk? And they said, move. We don't want to hear nothing from you. You're not in government. But day by day by day, we saw gangs emerging. We saw the most vicious kinds of crimes being perpetrated against the Barbadians. And we heard the then Commissioner of Police say repeatedly that guns are coming in through our ports of entry. It was on the front page of newspaper after newspaper after newspaper. And we said to them we could see it happening. We saw the storm clouds on the horizon. They chose to ignore us. Now, I can tell you this. When we came to government, we could have spent time blaming the Dems for the condition that we were in. But we were not about the business of blame. We rolled up our sleeves and went to work. And the first thing that we did was to say, guns are coming in through the ports of entry. Why? And when we asked the question why, we were told, because the scanners at the port don't work. Imagine that. And we immediately set about buying new scanners, because we saw that there was a weakness in the system and we began the process of plugging it. But we also discovered that there were well over 1,000 cases in the High Court waiting to be done. And we only had 2 High Court judges. 2 High Court judges to do well over 1,000 criminal cases. Only 2. And those 2 were not full-time High Court judges. They would serve they weren't full-time criminal judges. They would do criminal cases for 4 months and then stop, go and do something else. It was obvious to us that in order to let the criminal element know that they have to take us seriously, that we had to do something about the cases. And we immediately appointed 5 new High Court judges. And then on the back of that, we appointed another 3. So 7 years ago when we came to government, there were only 2 criminal court judges. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we have 8. From 2 in 2018 to 8. In 2018, we only had 8 prosecutors in the DPP office. Only 8. Today, we have almost 20. At every single step of the way, this Barbados Labour Party administration did what had to be done to address the serious issue of crime. I remember as a little boy when I did something wrong, which wasn't very often, then my mother said, wait till your father come home. Man, I was so happy. Because you know, by the time daddy come home, he tired, he ain't bothered with that. Licks forgotten. But there's a lesson, because if you don't address the crime early, it appears as though you're making sport. And so we had to do the things that were required in order to make sure that our criminal cases get through the system. Let me give you some figures. And if this is what being tough on crime, if they say that we are not tough on crime, well, they should listen to me now. Between January 2023 and June of 2024, that 18-month period, January 2023 and June last year, 589 criminal cases were done in the High Court by the 8 High Court judges and the 16 prosecutors that we have. Of those, 67 cases were murder cases. I want you to understand what I'm telling you. The system was limping along. And by making an important investment in our judiciary and in our judicial system, we were able to get rid of over 500, almost 600 cases in 18 months, including 67 murder cases. Last year alone, we did a total of about 290 criminal cases. And the system is beginning to bring down the backlog. Is that a government that is soft on crime? We've passed law after law after law to make the lives of the criminal element in Barbados more difficult. We made amendments to the Firearms Act that said if you are found guilty of an offense, if it's your first offense, you must be sentenced to prison between 10 and 20 years. First offense. On a second offense, it is 20 years to life imprisonment. Because we wanted to send a message to the people who run about Barbados using firearms that we will not tolerate it. And we are willing, if you commit a second offense, to send you to prison for the rest of your life. And they will say that we are not tough on crime. We have provided the Barbados Police Service with about over $140 million in its budget this year, the highest ever amount provided to the police service to do the work of protecting Barbadians. We put our money where our mouth is. In 2016, we published a document called the Covenant of Hope. And in that Covenant of Hope, the first item was that the safety and security of Barbadians was going to be the first call on public resources. We said so when we were in opposition, and we came to government and we made that a reality. Every single thing that the police service has asked us for, we have made sure and provide. Because under no circumstances are we to send them out there to protect the people of Barbados and not have proper equipment and not have proper resources. And only in the budget of the last, delivered in March, when Sion announced that the 48 special constables that we have will be able to transition to become full police constables, and 47 of the 48 have agreed to transition. And in addition to that, the Prime Minister has agreed to allow us to get another 60 special constables. So we will have a total complement of 105 special constables, and I hope that you have been seeing the advertisements in the newspapers. Because we've been advertising, I told them I want a little ad, put a big ad in the papers. Let people know that these opportunities exist, and they want people to come out and serve the police service. We are also we're doing our effort best to make sure that we can recruit police officers. Over the years, we found the number of people applying to the police service declining. And now we're getting those numbers back up again. I remember going to a police passing out parade in about 2019, and only 18 people were passing out. Today, that number is up in 50 and 60. This is not an administration that is soft on crime. We are making the lives of the criminal element in Barbados miserable. But you know what's happening? You can't please all the people all the time. Because when somebody wants the police, they want the police to get there fast and to rough up everybody and to do this and to do that and do the next thing. And when the police act, the first thing they do is pull out the cameras and start videotaping and start abusing the poor police officers who are there trying to protect lives. It is time for the people of this country to say to themselves, the police service is here to protect you, and that you must give them your support. But I heard the Prime Minister say just 2 nights ago that Barbados has to have a hard conversation with itself. And perhaps tonight is not the night to have it. But I want you to begin to have the discussion in your homes, in your churches, in your schools. And ask yourself if any government raises people's children. You know, whenever something happens, they call, I feel I'm the most popular minister in Barbados, you know. And not because of my smile. Every single calling program, there's somebody saying, the AG got to go. The AG got to go. That's why I say I'm popular. Every calling program, they want to get rid of the AG. The government of Barbados has a responsibility to put systems in place for people's protection. But the people of Barbados who give birth to those children have an obligation to make sure that they teach them the right things and the right way. But they want to blame everybody else. They want to blame the teachers who only see them from Monday to Friday from 8 or 9 o'clock until 3 o'clock. They want to blame everybody. But I well remember during COVID when we had the children doing the video of learning, there were some videos that went wrong with students sitting down at a table trying to learn and somebody there cutting up weed alongside them. What is the message that that is sending? No, we have to begin to have these discussions. We will provide everything that we have to provide for the school system. We provide everything that we have to provide for the welfare system. We make sure that the police are properly equipped. We pass a new bail act. One of our problems when we came to government was that cases were taking so long that people were being granted bail. And I can tell you about individuals who went up on remand for one murder. They get bail, come out and do another murder. Then they get bail again, come out and do another murder. That is what we were seeing. And we therefore had to make a decision, are we going to allow this to continue? Because we can't tell the judges what to do. And we decided we would tighten up on the Bail Act to make sure that it would be held for certain individuals to get bail in Barbados, and it is beginning to work. We've introduced judge-only trials so that a criminal trial can last a much shorter period of time, use far less resources. So at every step of the way, I said it was 10 points, but I'm not going to go through all of them. At every step of the way, I assure you this administration has been tough on crime. We have passed the laws that we needed to pass, and we are going to pass more. We have appointed a Citizen Security Council that is currently looking at gang legislation and other important pieces of legislation. And we have said, look, we don't want to just go and pass these laws without consulting with Barbados. And we've asked the Citizen Security Council to review it and come back to us with a recommendation. But it is something that we are looking seriously at. But I hear the leader of the opposition saying, pass gang legislation, pass gang legislation. Why did them then pass it? When I came into office, I saw a file marked gang legislation. And the Attorney General at the time, Adriel Brathwaite, had begun to discuss it. But they did not bring it into action. And it is the kind of thing that you have to do carefully, because every group of young men or women is not a gang. So we have to pass laws that will make sense in our country. They're signaling to me that I don't have much time. We have a lot of heavy lifting to do. And we have to have individuals who have the strength of purpose, who have the passion and the commitment, and who are willing to put themselves at the back so that people can be served. We've tried to do that with every single one of our candidates. Today, Chad Blackman is the individual that we are presenting to you, and we are asking you for his support. But when you support Chad Blackman, you will be supporting a reinvigorated Barbados Labour Party. You'll be supporting a Labour Party that has the men and women for the times that we face. And the times that we face now are harder than ever before. Yes, people are earning more money. That is what a government is there to do. And we have a few little blips on the horizon. And yes, there are some lawless people in our society, but there have always been lawless people in our society. Our job is to make sure that all Barbadians are taken care of. And I say to you that Chad Blackman is going to be an important member of this team. He has the heart, he has the passion, he has the intellect, and he has that human touch. On the 21st, come out in your numbers. Give us Chad Blackman as the next member of Parliament for St. James North. Good night and God bless you.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision.
St. James North, you just heard.
We going big with Chad Blackman.
You just heard from our Attorney General, Dale Marshall, on the hard work, the tireless work that they're doing behind the scenes each and every day to arrest the crime situation, to ensure that Barbados remains safe for us, to ensure that we could grow bigger and better together. But tonight, what have we heard and what have we learned so far at this meeting? We've heard from the first speaker that Chad worked to help provide the funding when he was Minister of Economic Affairs to provide the money that will secure our coastline. We also heard from Adrian Manick Ford that the Western Fish Market in this constituency, the Millie Eiffel Fish Market, was rebuilt and repaired and is beautifully sitting there, and people working and making a living from it by this government. And that is for the people of St. James North and for Barbados. We also learned that minimum wage from the speaker for St. Peter, Colin Jordan for St. Peter, that minimum wage was raised, not only raised, but implemented by this party. and raised to $10.50 as the first $10.50 from the 1st of June. And that was done by this party that Chad Blackman represents. We also learned that hotel workers have extra protections as it relates to the meals that they are provided with in their working conditions. And that is done by this party that Chad Blackman is representing. We also learned that the police, just now, that the police and courts are being provided with the resources necessary to do its part in helping us to fight crime. And that is done by this party that Chad Blackman is representing. But what we also learned for each and every last one of them that came to this stage tonight is that Chad Blackman is a good man, that Chad Blackman is an honest man, that Chad Blackman is a real man that connects with all of you and has your interests at heart. And who's here to tell us more about who Chad is and the work that Chad will do with him in helping build out the agricultural sector in this constituency and across Barbados is Indar Weir, the Member of Parliament for St. Philip South and our Minister of Agriculture.
We going big, we going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability.
Good night, Sion Hill. Good night, St. James North. And good night to all Labour Party family and friends here and across Barbados and wherever you are following the stream of this meeting. I've come tonight with one mission, and that is to ask you to go out on May 21st and give Chad Blackman your vote so that he can continue the excellent work that he has been doing for Barbados overseas and indeed in the Cabinet of Barbados and in the Senate of Barbados. Barbados, we are at a time in our existence where we cannot take chances with our lives. I've been following this by-election from inception, and I've been following what has been placed before me in the electronic media and the print media. And when I tell you that when I compare the two platforms and the two candidates, I'm afraid to tell you that there's no comparison whatsoever in this by-election. You cannot tell me that you are coming to the people of St. James North, plucked from wherever you were plucked from, and don't have a plan for the people. Chad, on the other hand, is telling you big man, big vision, big plan. And Chad has already started out to explain to you the plans that he has in place for you, the people of St. James North, and indeed for the people of Barbados by working through the Cabinet of Barbados and helping us through the legislature in the lower chamber. But ladies and gentlemen, tonight I say to you that it hurts me. It makes my heart bleed as a Barbadian to hear right across this constituency that you can't recognize that a road has been completed in Rockdunder, but instead you will say that nothing has been done for the people in St. James North. It makes my heart bleed for someone to come and pretend to you that a Barbados Labour Party government is dishonest for causing a by-election when a member of parliament resigned. That is wrong. And what is said to me, that they have confessed in the Democratic Labour Party that they do not have a party assembled to be able to contest an election. Sitting as a candidate for a constituency, rather than declare to the people how you will help them if you indeed think that they're deserving of help, you are about to pull down and pop down everything that exists around the people. You've told all of Barbados, and you've gone over globally to say that Barbados is going to hell in a handbasket. But when the people of Barbados look around, we are getting roads right across this country, a build-out of a road program. When you look across Barbados, people are still going to the supermarket. And as Colin said tonight, when you look at Barbados having to go through a period when all economies came to closure, that COVID period, Barbados still stand tall, and we are able to recover from that period with economic and credit rating upgrades. Economy continues to grow. Upgrade after upgrade after upgrade. Many countries struggled after the COVID period. We are getting increased numbers in tourism. And would you believe that they will come to you and paint a picture of doom and gloom and ask you, who can reason for yourself, who can see for yourself where Barbados is going. And they're asking you to believe them that nothing right happens in Barbados when we are getting economic growth. You know what they said? You know what they said? We cannot continue to have a conversation on growth. But why not? If it was decline, they will be kicking us in the rear. And I feel that you Barbadians, especially you, the people of St. James North, you do know what is being presented to you. You're being fed a doctrine that is supposed to make you believe that your only glimmer of hope in Barbados is to get rid of the Barbados Labour Party. Do you believe that? Would you ever associate yourself with a Democratic Labour Party in the current state that it is in? A Democratic Labour Party that cannot hold itself together, for God's sake, cannot run a country. And they're coming to you and making you believe that they have a political leader that is the answer to Barbados, a man who does not know anything about government policy. To go in there and learn on the job at a critical juncture when we are dealing with trade tariffs, when we are dealing with a recalcitrant system that does not allow a president to be able to focus, but instead try to create fights and battles wherever he sets his eyes. How can you do that? How can you expose Barbados to a leadership that does not know anything at all about how government works? But the first thing, those are the basics. We have a political leader with over 30 years experience at this. It is not no fly-by-night arrangement. This country is at a stage where you need serious people for these times. And that is why we have the group that we have. And that is why we're asking you to give us Chad Blackman to continue his work in the cabinet for us. And for all of us here in St. James North, you need that type of representation. I felt really, really hurt that you have someone who wants to compete against Chad Blackman. But we're not sure who the person is because they got so many names. You don't know which one would appear on the ballot paper. And I say tonight with all sincerity, let's get it right. You don't work at the university and don't have structure in your presentation. You don't work at the University of the West Indies and appear on a platform in this country as if you know nothing about how to present yourself and to give a presentation to convince people that you are the real deal. How do you do that? I mean, what are you saying to the students up there? What are they supposed to be led by and be guided by? No, the presentations are downright poor. They're not suitable for Barbados national platform or for you to be elected in St. James North or anywhere else. And if you have run away from your responsibility to contest an election that you lost, and now in Barbados, you're supposed to be telling Barbadians that have a 99% literacy rate, that you want them to believe you. Your vitriol you want them to believe, rather than come to the people of Barbados with a plan that they can go through, just like Chad did. And I say to you, the people in St. James North, I am proud when I walk through here as Minister of Agriculture. They're making you feel that agriculture, well, their exact words, agriculture is dead. Agriculture is dead. Walk through St. James North and tell me if it is dead. All the fields around here that are planted up. And what Chad is doing, Chad is trying to pull everybody together in a cooperative to say, if you are putting in the work, I'm going to make sure you're successful. That is what planning looks like. And when he came to you and said he's going to form a co-op so that you farmers down here can produce, but then you have an opportunity also to go through farmers markets to sell your produce where you take a better increase on the price that you're going to sell it at, because if you try to sell it through the supermarkets or otherwise, they dictate your price. And you can cut into their markup through farmers market. That is the thinking and the vision of the man. And then he went as far as saying, look, let's look for uniqueness. So that when my product comes, the people in the supermarket will know where it's coming from. They know about it. It will be a St. James North product. That is vision. What have you heard from the other side? That nothing is being done for the people of St. James North, when you can look around and see what is being done. The farmers are enjoying good support from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have a robust incentives program to get back returns on cultivational land and drip line, to get back returns, and if you buy something as small as a spray can, you can apply for a rebate. They are telling you monkey foolishness, and every time I hear them, I wonder if Ossie Moore has returned. Because the only behavior that I know of in Barbadian culture, and to humor ourselves as they are trying to humor everybody else, is Ossie Moore. And we cannot continue like this. This is a serious by-election. And in this by-election, this is about how people will make a decision on the future of their lives, the life of their children and their children's children. And it's not about criticizing everything. Are you telling me the brilliant men and women that make up the Parliament of Barbados and the brilliant men and women that make up the Cabinet of Barbados can do nothing right? But who are you? And I'm very serious because we have some of the brightest around. And to come here in this constituency and make you believe it's all about how negative you can be, it's not going to win you any votes, because the people here are educated. You cannot come down here and treat them for fool. You think that coming down here with the buffoonery about the country is not working and the country is not in a good place, when the people can see it for themselves that they're living better? Of course we have challenges. Who's going to deny that? Barbados got challenges like anywhere else in the world. I have said to you in Rockdundo, the central bank report came out, and what did it say? It said agriculture is down. But that's not all that it said. But they're prepared to tell you that agriculture in Barbados is dead without looking at the structure of the report and reading page 6 of the report, which goes on to explain that there was a 2.6 increase in crop production in Barbados in the first quarter. And that if you were to isolate that growth and just pull out root crop production, that gives you a 23.9% increase in overall production for root crops. Barbadians, St. James North, you know what it's like to eat yam and cassava. We enjoy those crops. And you got a 23.9% growth. Who is the person that is talking to you without reading? Who is the person that wants to make you believe that you will not read and check for yourselves? Who is the person that is talking to you and not offering solutions? I admitted right up front that because of the climate crisis, this country will struggle with things like vegetable production. If it is not excessive heat, it's going to be too much rain where you get floods. You're going to see more pests and more crop diseases than you've seen before. The same thing for livestock. I've said to you that the heat would impact anything that is living. Do you enjoy the heat as a people? Don't you run for cover? Can you imagine chickens in a tunnel with excessive heat? Of course you're going to get high mortality rates. And when you combine the high mortality rates with the fact that we have a tourism industry that continues to grow, and people eating more at restaurants, plus we're eating more in our homes, obviously, at some point in time, You will encounter challenges. Well, this is not a lie that nobody got to come and tell. I'm a hardcore Bajan. I grew up in church with my navel string buried there. I know what it's like to have sheep, cow, goat, pig. But I also know what it is if you don't have the systems in place to protect them, they will die. And all Barbadians, I want to tell you that we don't come and talk without solutions. And I've said to all the Barbados, even before this by-election, I said it in Parliament, that we are working with a team to help us transition agriculture so that vegetable production will be safe. It will be safe from predial larceny. It will be safe from the climate crisis. And it will be safe also from monkeys. And I've said it to everybody, and I've been absolutely sincere, that this country cannot continue to expect different results in agriculture without looking at where you're strong and where you're weak. And in open field agriculture, where we plant potato and yam and cassava and those kind of things, we're strong. That's why we had a 23.9% growth. But if you're looking at increased vegetable production to satisfy local consumption, in addition to satisfying a tourism industry, we have to be innovative. And that's the reason why I have brought a team to Barbados to help us introduce agriculture for vegetable production using vertical farming. Vertical farming, which I've spoken about from the day I took up this office. From the day I took it up. If you go to St. John, you will see in real terms what is being developed there to produce more fruits and vegetables. When you go to my ministry next month, when the shipment of containers arrive for vertical farming, you will see that a training program is going to be in place to train Barbadian farmers and you, the young people up here in St. James North, to train you so that the vision that Chad has for you can become a reality. And that is why those farms, those vertical farms, are critical. And how did this come about? It came about by me approaching the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and saying, look, I spot a problem here with the climate crisis. It's all across the world. I sit on a ministerial task force for agriculture for CARICOM. Every single country is having a problem. We got to act. And she was able to eke out for me $5 million in the budget to say, Endor, go ahead, get the freight farms here, let us do the vertical farming and train the people and do an RFP so that people can come forward and participate. And then we agreed that these farms, because of the cost of them, people can get them and pay back monthly when they do their harvest. The good thing about all of it is that it's on a lease-to-own basis. So that you, the people in St. James North and right across Barbados, if you can produce your lettuces, these things are capable of giving you 250 heads of lettuce a week. You understand the game changer that is taking place there? And that you don't even have to struggle to find the financing. Once you've expressed an interest and put forward a plan, we will do our best to accommodate the best plans. And we are going to provide training for everybody so that young people can then operate a farm from a mobile phone. I've said this before, from an iPad, from a laptop, from a desktop, whichever way you want. And because you're controlling the temperatures, you're able to produce faster than we are producing now in open field. Less water required. Barbados has a problem with water. Farmers would tell you that they struggle with water. And if we're bringing systems now that will mitigate any challenges they're having, this is where Barbados has to go. Did I come here tonight and tell you that agriculture is dead and nothing is being done about it? I showed you the challenges that we are having, and I've also given you the solutions. That is for the University of the West Indies. Do not come around here and pretend that sweet talk is enough to drive votes. It cannot. And I'm not prepared to accept that we must fall to such a low in this country, that a party that is in complete shambles, people coming forward daily to say how they were unfeared. Barbadians are accustomed to enfranchisement, a fairness for every Barbadian. And that is why I'm so proud to support Chad Blackman in this country, because he walks the road across this country and he's friendly with everybody. This country can never return to a period where you trusted your future and your children's future in the hands of the Democratic Labour Party. And what they did to you, they took away free tertiary education from your children, poor people in Barbados, and we had to come back and restore that, so that our children can continue to get an education. This is no joke, ladies and gentlemen. These are very serious times. And you've got to be prepared for those people who are coming to deceive you into believing that with them things will be better. And with this Barbados Labour Party government, there's no hope and there's no future. I beg to differ, and I have shown you the future through agriculture. I want to assure you as well that there's a greater future with Chad Blackman as your representative here in St. James North. And I want to tell every Barbadian, wherever you may be, that this country went through a lustrum under the Democratic Labour Party. And what does that mean? During the days when they had the Roman Empire, there was a period when there was no performance, nothing could go right. And that period was the equivalent of a 5 years period. And that is the period that they call a lustrum. Barbados went through 2 of those periods under the Democratic Labour Party. A time when everything failed, and not by we, the Barbados Labour Party, saying it. A time under the Democratic Labour Party when nothing could happen. And they were not responsive. They didn't talk to you. They didn't come and share with you. And I'm saying that we are talking to the people. First of all, we've had the constituencies assembly where you can come out and speak. Parish speaks. And now we got the Ideas Forum, making ourselves available to you, the people. And they have their supporters on brass tacks every day, talking about everything we must do, we should consult on. How do you run a country by running to the Democratic Labour Party to consult when they fail you for 10 years? You must get real. I mean, I heard Colin on the Brass Tacks program explaining that the minimum wage had deep consultation. But do you know that on the Colin programs, they were suggesting that there was no consultation? Every single thing that this government does, it consults the people of Barbados. They want to make you feel otherwise. I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are honest in your thinking, you cannot believe the Democratic Labour Party. And I say to you, look, for farmers, we've cultivated land right across Barbados, free of cost for farmers. We've given them drip irrigation and technical support, free of cost. We've provided planting material to all of them, free of cost. We've given training, and we've been able to give them a chance to earn so that they too can be enfranchised in this country. But you know, I passed across Western, and I heard somebody saying if the rain falls too much, their government will go and give the farmers money because the rain falling. What nonsense am I hearing? And we have programs in place under the Agriculture Development Fund to help farmers. And I am big, really big on the idea that this country can not only be led by a chosen few, and that this country must bring along every Barbadian of every color, race, and creed, and that we must stand tall like Chad Blackman is standing tall in this by-election, and that Chad Blackman will bring you to a place where you are sure about your future. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join with me tonight and introducing Chad Blackman to this platform. A big man, big vision, big plans. Stand up with me, ladies and gentlemen. Bring on the music and let's bring up Chad Blackman. Chad is a man who has been a youth ambassador in this country. Chad is a CARICOM youth ambassador. Chad Blackman give community service to this country before even venturing into a political career. Chad Blackman, a big man, standing tall, has a footprint right across Barbados, from the north to the south to the east to the west. Chad Blackman has walked this turf. He has a huge footprint in Barbados. He is a man that can do it for you. Chad Blackman made us proud as a global citizen. Chad Blackman is a big man with big results, a man with good cerebral, a man who can make Barbados different. He's a man for the future. Chad Blackman is the man, a very charismatic young man, a man who is prepared to spend time talking with you, a man who takes his time to hug, a man who takes his time to embrace, a real politician, not somebody who stands up in the front of a shop and peep in and step back like I heard today in Rock Dundo. No, Chad walks in, Chad gets among you. Chad is the man. Chad is going to make St. James North bigger and better. Chad is going to work hard for you, just like he worked hard for this country. At the ILO, as Colin told you tonight, as an ambassador in Europe, Chad Blackman is a man that knows about work. Chad Blackman can get the job done. Chad Blackman has been exposed at a very young age. Chad Blackman came to this country first, deciding that he wants to find out what he can do for his country before he finds out what his country can do for him. This is the man. This is what representation looks like. Chad Blackman is a true son of Barbados, a true black man from Barbados that is going to represent you well in Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Blackman.
We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman.
Good night, people. Good night, Sion Hill. Good night, Calton. Good night, Westmoreland. Good night, Bakers. Good night, Thunder Bay. Good night, Western. St. James North. Chad Blackman and Team Barbados Labour Party are here. I want to salute all the young people, the men and women who continue to follow me as I go across this constituency, and to all of you one by one tonight, I salute you and I say thank you, and I'm with you. Tonight, in Sion Hill, a place that I love and a place that loves me, I want to dedicate tonight's presentation to the mothers of our country, our constituency, and St. James North, because why? Tomorrow is, as we all know, is Mother's Day. So whether you're a mother through biology, through adoption, through nurturing a person in the community, a godmother, an auntie, this speech tonight is dedicated to you. And I want to say early, happy Mother's Day. So to all the mothers in the crowd, happy Mother's Day to you. Let me also acknowledge the contribution that the mothers in this constituency continue to play on behalf of their children and everybody. We owe a debt to you for what you continue to do. You sacrifice, you give mentorship, you give love, you nurture, you provide, you give advice. You even give me advice as a big man. And I want to say that this journey, as we embark upon it, is really about saying to you, the virtues that you have taught us is going to carry us to the next level of our development. Tonight, I want to address a number of things. But sometimes when you go forward, you also have to reflect and look back from where we come from. And part of the initiatives that I have in mind is going to start with our seniors, because this country and this party have always made it very clear that we have to ensure that the elderly continue to play a part, particularly given the role that they've played in our country. As I was canvassing, I will never forget, and it touched my core. An elderly lady, still sharp about her wits. She says, "Young Blackie, I want to play a part, not just in the campaign, because I'm not able to get up and go house to house with you, but even after May 21st, I want to help you because I think I have a lot to offer." And I said, "Of course." And what she said to me, and it became crystal clear in my mind, that what we need to do is to tap into the deep levels of experience, intellect, and nurturing that our elderly continue to have as long as God gives them breath on this earth. And it is therefore why I've conceived, and we're going to roll out something what I call GREY, using the acronyms GREY, guiding, reflecting, and educating our youth. And what it simply is, it is an initiative and a program where our elderly men and women can give their ideas, their experience through podcasts and video recordings to share the knowledge that they've accrued throughout the years for our young people now and into the future. We must embrace our elderly in a way that we've never done before. The technology is there, the ideas are there, the commitment is there, and now we must simply bring it together so that we can now address a lot of the things that we're facing. Oftentimes we go forward in a society not realizing right before our very eyes are those who've had tremendous sets of experiences that we can tap in and rely upon. And I say to the elderly in this constituency, in this community in particular, I will work with you to ensure that you have all what you need, that you can live out your life in a meaningful and comprehensive way, even after retirement. We don't discard elderly in this party. In this party, we treat the elders with respect. With respect. We embrace the ideas and the passions and the contributions that they have had throughout the years. And therefore, this initiative will not just be rolled out pre-election, but it's going to be one that is going to be exciting. And I want to encourage all of you to spread the word. But I also want to say to you this. This is also about bridging the gaps. And when we look around at what mothers would tell you, my mother, Jacqueline Blackman, would always say, "Chad, you have to dream big. And in dreaming big, you have to also conceive solutions that can help ordinary people." What do I mean? You've heard me say it before, and I will say it again until this campaign is over. There are a number of young persons in this constituency who have small businesses, medium-sized businesses, who only want a chance to grow even larger and larger, but they need the assistance to do so. I can think about a number of persons, whether it be Cassie, who's doing food right here in Sion Hill, the small barbershops that are popping up. There are persons who simply want to, you're given a chance, they can grow. And it is why you've heard Minister Cummings talk about the trust loans and the Ministry of Commerce working hand in hand at the local level as well to ensure that persons can now have the necessary resources to be able to do what they want to do. It is therefore why what is now going to be called The Plug, we are creating a network for young entrepreneurs to have access to each other, so that if you want to have a barber, a beautician, someone to cater for your food, that you know where to go and find them. As I've said before, we are on the West Coast, and a lot of the tourists on the West Coast oftentimes want to use local businesses whilst they're here on vacation or in modes of business.
but oftentimes they don't know where to go. And the plug will serve as a single repository online and directory where persons can go and access the local services that St. James North has to offer. In addition, as I've said, technology is a major plank. And it is why just a few hundred yards away from here last week, Saturday, we launched the St. James North Technology Hub. Why is that so important? Because we use technology every day. But the future of the development of this great nation called Barbados requires of us to conceive not just the technology that we use and import, but we must now create and use modes of technology that are Bajan and Caribbean grown that can be exported all across the world. And therefore, the St. James North Tech Hub serves as the basis for our young minds to conceive ideas that only they can, buttressed and supported by the constituency, government, private sector, to now provide solutions to global problems. And what are some of those challenges? There is no doubt that food security remains a big issue for the Caribbean. It is no different, not just at the national level in Barbados, but all the households in St. James North know and knew very well, particularly in COVID, the importance of having access to reasonably priced food. And therefore, it is why we are launching the St. James North Agricultural Initiative through a cooperative that allows for persons and small businesses that are in agriculture to pool their resources together under a single umbrella that allows for you to go and buy your pork, your beef, your chicken, your vegetables, your fruit in a singularly branded entity where you can enjoy economies of scale. The cooperative will also produce your administrative matters on your behalf, and you don't have to do them by yourself. And you can then singularly focus on getting your product to market in a comprehensive and real way. Therefore, the persons will now have the ability to be able to sell their produce to the supermarkets across the country. But in addition, and excitingly, we are going to launch a St. James North Farmers Market where every Saturday you can go and have your produce and buy for yourself. It should not be that you live in St. James North, in the north of this great country, and you have to drive all the way downtown when the Saturday morning comes to get vegetables and produce. We are going to ensure that it is locally produced and locally owned. And this is one of the key things about the initiative that excites me, that the residents of St. James North will have their own cooperative. Eventually, the idea, of course, that it will expand and others from the outside can contribute or may perhaps have shares, but that will be for the residents of St. James North to decide. We are looking to the future and we're not looking back. Why am I talking about the future and not looking back? I am told there's a lady running against me who has come to the house of a key person in Sion Hill and said, give it back to the Dems. Give back what? 10 years. She talks about education. For 10 years, her party, between 2008 and 2018, did not do a ying in the interests of our country to develop the prospects of our people. It was her party who stopped many of you who said to me, Chad, I was on the verge of doing my final year at UE. And I had to stop because her party stopped me from being able to do so when they did not allow you to have the tuition fees necessary to do so. You couldn't get a bus on time, garbage trucks, and they now have the nerve to come and tell you, take us back to what? Take us back to downgrades? No. This country is upgraded since we came into office in 2018. Not a single downgrade. Through hard work, this party, the Barbados Labour Party, is a party resolute of ensuring that the people of this country will not turn back. And as we go forward, we have to pursue with a single focus and a determination that every young person, every elderly person has within their grasp the ability to have a quality life. And we ain't letting the Dems turn us back to nothing. But I also want to touch on the issue because one of the things my mother also taught me, Chad, don't trouble nobody. But if somebody trouble you, it's a different story. Because I find it very interesting that we have our national meetings, we have spot meetings, we have different types of meetings, canvassing. They chose to meet you on Zoom. On Zoom. And whilst they were meeting on Zoom and trying to poke fun at how large and how big I am, I was pounding the pavement. Look, y'all don't see me tonight in a smaller shirt? Real talk. A week ago, this shirt that fitted me, man, like, I don't know, hand in grip. But in a week, after drinking lots of water, and lots of water, and more water, and walking and pounding the pavement and saying to you, this is the vision that I have for you, whilst they were on Zoom trying to cuss me, I have been working with you and saying this is where we are going to go, St. James North. So keep cussing me. Because the more you cuss me, the more you can do. As I said at the beginning of the campaign, I am going to have a clean campaign. I have a very sharp tongue. But they've not provoked me enough for it to be unleashed. But a word to the wise is enough. Not yet. There's a time and season for everything. But there's a time coming soon, I suspect, in the future. When that is, I don't know. It maybe have to put to good use. But I also want to talk about the roads. Whether it be in Sion Hill, Braffitts Road, of course, 2nd Avenue, you've seen the roads done. There are a lot of roads that have to continue to be done as well. And I've already spoken to our Deputy Prime Minister, who's my campaign manager as well, on getting the phase 2 of the rehabilitation started. And I can give you the assurance that we are going to get this done. When it comes to the clean and green, you've heard as our opening speaker, Minister Adrian Ford, a young man who I know for a number of years. He has committed and he's already started to ensure that the greening of the constituency continues in earnest. The debushing will continue in earnest. But it is not just about the debushing. St. James North has to also be a pristine constituency. And I want to encourage all the young gardeners to come on board with us as we now roll out a program that will allow for us to now beautify the constituency of St. James North. It isn't only about cutting the bush. This place must look like a place that we all aspire to. And you have the talent here already in this constituency to do so. When we look at where we are going with respect to the development of our spiritual life, there can be no doubt, and this is not about politics now, there can be no doubt that this country has been the beneficiary, notwithstanding our challenges, notwithstanding our opportunities, that God has anchored his foot in this country, and long may it be so. And for that reason, we have to now make sure that our young people understand the tenets and the importance of spiritual development as we go forward, working hand in hand with the churches, community groups, and ensuring that they have an understanding of organized activity. And therefore, I want again to call on our churches so as to ensure that we can now build out a strategic relationship for our young people so that if they have issues, if they need prayer, a word of counseling, not with any fanfare and Facebook and posting, but in quiet reflection, as I said, that allows for them to now have that space and quiet space to do so. But I also want to very briefly speak to you in closing relative to why is Chad Blackman putting himself before the people of St. James North. It has nothing to do, and you've heard my background in international diplomacy, being at the ILO, being ambassador, those things help, but it is not the reason. The reason is My mother and my parents and my community taught me the importance of service. And you will hear me say it time and time and time again. If you want to be the people's champion, you have to ensure that you can serve them. And from a young age, at 18, I started the journey of service at the voluntary level. And I did a lot of things throughout the years, but it afforded me the opportunity to understand people, to hear people, to feel people, to be able to empathize with them in their most dire of circumstances without sharing their business in public. Service is about humility. Service is about delivery. Service is about ensuring that people can get you when they need you. Service is also about saying a quiet prayer with a young man who is about to do something that he ordinarily would not do, but you bring him back from the precipice of disaster. Service isn't only about doing things in the public light. And I want to commit to you, the residents of Sion Hill and the surrounding communities, that if you give me the vote, if you give me the vote on May 21st, with God's help and your guidance, I will serve you. And I will ensure that no stone is unturned in the delivery of service and representation in the Parliament of Barbados in Bridgetown. I commit to you that as we are moving forward under the umbrella and leadership of the greatest Prime Minister in the Caribbean, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, that if you elect me to Parliament under her leadership, we will continue to grow, we will continue to prosper, when we will continue to deliver for every single manjack in this constituency in a way that we have not done before. And I want to take the time to salute those who I stand on their shoulders, from Lammy Craig to Raul Eastman to Edmund Hinkson, and on May 21st, Chad Blackman, I will be your member of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, good night, and God bless St. James North.
We going big, we going big, we going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man.
St. James North, give it up for your next representative, Chad Blackman. Stand and thank Chad for his service to you so far, but more importantly, St. James North, a vote for Chad on the 21st of May is a vote to endorse the government led by Mia Amor Motley. A vote for Chad is a vote for the BLP and Mia's leadership. A vote for Chad is a vote for a competent government that continues to deliver for you, whether it's delivering buses, is delivering garbage trucks, ensuring that you have better services. A vote for Chad on the 21st is a vote of confidence in the leadership and the government of the Barbados Labour Party. A vote for Chad on the 21st is a vote for saying that you like stability, you like progress, you like development, and a vote for Chad is a vote to say we want to continue to go forward. A vote for Chad is a vote to say that you are done seeing the foolishness that the Dems bring to the public all the time, and you can send them back to sort out the business and continue moving forward with Mia Amor Motley. A vote for Chad is to say that we are red and that we are ready, and that we telling Mia that we want her to continue. We want her to do the work she's been doing in lifting us up, lifting Barbados forward, paying attention to those in need, whether it's raising welfare, raising pensions, ensuring that your schools are having the things that they need, whether it's providing university education, whether it's ensuring that Barbados is stable and moving forward. A vote for Chad on the 21st of May is a vote to say that you are happy, that you're satisfied, and that you want Mia Amor Motley. It is a vote of confidence in this party. A vote for Mia is to say that you are happy with how the economy is going. We see growth. Stand and welcome our Prime Minister. Welcome Mia Amor Motley. Encourage her to continue the good work she's been doing for us and on our behalf. Thank her for all the travels that she does and comes back with grant funding to ensure that a stadium can be built, to ensure that the mains can be changed. Raise and stand and welcome our Prime Minister. Welcome Mia. Welcome Mia Amor Motley, our Prime Minister. Let's make some noise, St. James North.
As each morning brings a sunrise and the flowers bloom in springtime. On my love and you can rely. I will stay with you. Oh, I will stay with you through your ups and your downs. I will stay with you when no one else is around. And when the dark clouds arrive, I will stay by your side. And I know we'll be alright. I will stay with you. Get old and have the tendency to grow cold. We've got something like a miracle. I will stay with you. Oh, I will stay with you through your ups and your downs. I will stay with you when no one else is around. And when the dark clouds arrive, I will stay by your side, and I know we'll be alright. I will stay with you.
Bring it down. I will stay with you. I love you too, darling. You don't have to move, but I can stay. If I stay with you, you can stay with me. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, darling. It is so good to be here tonight in Sion Hill. And I just want to thank you for the warmth as we walked in and the energy that we are feeling as this campaign continues to move forward. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. And please allow me to wish all the mothers, not just in this audience, but across this entire country, a happy Mother's Day, and to say thank you on behalf of all of us as a nation. Because really and truly, when you hear us talk about where we need to go and what we need to reinforce, and you heard me in Husbands Road the other night speak about it, about the importance of keeping our part of the bargain for how we raise our children. We know that mothers, you are at the source of that along with the fathers. And therefore, we have to pause as a nation and to encourage you and to say thank you. And I want to say thank you to Pastor Baird of the Mount Zion Church and to Reverend Boyce of the Church of God Church, both of whom on Monday this week blessed the campaign house and headquarters and set the tone for this campaign. And I am glad to say that the members who I lead from this platform and across the length and breadth of canvas in this constituency have taken heed and have followed that tone that both Pastor Baird and Reverend Boyce set. And I want equally to give thanks as we come into this weekend to say to Neil Rowe that I know you have had 2 harrowing years. But we give thanks for the verdict which came down this week. And we give thanks for you and your steadfastness in maintaining from day one your innocence, but that your peers, not us, have been able to also vindicate you in their result. We started this campaign with substance and spirit, not with stunts. We hear a lot about morality and we hear a lot over money. And I tell you, don't touch me because I will start to talk.
But I've come here tonight to talk first and foremost about reality over rhetoric. Because it is easy to open your mouth and talk and say whatever you like, whether in Parliament, on the byways and highways, or indeed even in a law court. And there are some people, even if you show them the words and tell them what the words are, they're still going to say what they want to say regardless of what they're reading and regardless of what the facts are. And we can't help them with that. But we pray every day for discernment if you are wise. And you therefore can tell the difference between those who trying to mama guy you and pull things over your eyes and those who are serious and with whom you can reason and follow and go down the line with them. I've come here tonight in a week where we have said to the country that we are about to enter a new phase. The last 7 years, we were in an IMF program. The first 4, driven by the Democratic Labour Party's behavior in the last decade. And the second program, driven by the COVID pandemic, over which none of us had any responsibility. But we as a government, in spite of the fact that the world is very unstable, you can pick up, turn on your TV and watch and see. This week, India and Pakistan fighting. Every week, a different confusion. Every week, tariff talk, tariff on, tariff off. People frightened. And people can't do business in a frightened environment or when things are unstable easy so. You know, I would like these people to turn these lights from my eyes and let me see people out here. I want to see you. The guy come here to talk. Because this country, if it is now to make it on its own, and I have said that we will keep the IMF on press. If I have to do speed dial, so I can press one button if I need them. Call alert. You call it whatever you want. But just because you got G4S or somebody on a dial, don't mean that you ain't walking alone. I see it. Don't mean that you ain't walking alone. You understand? Thank you, brethren. But I'm telling you that what we have agreed to do now means that we have to take our time and to recognize that it is we and we and we alone who can carry us to the top. Thank you, brethren. And the bottom line is that Barbadians, wherever you are, if we don't earn now for ourselves, tell me how you're going to make it. No different from when your child has to leave home. When they leave home, they want to go and find a house, they got to find money to rent or own. Not true? No different from them having to find the money, hopefully through legal means. A job so that they don't go be looking behind them back or you don't go be looking behind your back, because nowadays they don't only kill who in doing the trouble, they kill off the family too. So I need us to understand, to put on your big pants and your big shirt, your big people pants and your big people shirt. Because come the end of June, there will be no more IMF program in this country. And we have come out stronger, safer. When we started, we had just over $300 million in reserves. Give me a chance. We had just over $300 million in reserves. And we had a debt payment to make in 2 weeks that would have bring us down to $100 million. And what we turned around and did was to say stop. If your feet break and your hands break and your throat almost gone, you got to go to the doctor. You're going to end up dead. But if you go and get the help that you need, you can stand what again? Stand tall and be strong. And that is what we did. And other countries who get powerful, foolish, and proud say, no, them ain't doing it. If Frandel Stewart had done this, I am fooling you, the Labour Party would have had hell to get back into office in 2018. But the lack of vision and the lack of leadership and the lack of courage, and we didn't come and hide and do anything behind your back. And that's why I have to deal with people like Ralph Thorne. Because he knows he was present in Wotton when we told the country that if we needed to go to the IMF, we would go. And it was our judgment after 1 week of seeing the figures and seeing how broke we were and how much money we still owed away, almost $2 billion, that they had not paid anybody. And we made the decision to go. And they have worked with us and strengthened us. But we strengthened ourselves first. Because when I went to them, I told them straight, if I go in on a long journey, you got to give people a little breakfast. And that is why in the first 2 weeks we were able to commit to increasing public servant salaries by 5%. And then a whole host of things like buying buses and buying garbage trucks and committing to a new accident and emergency. Lord, help us if we didn't have that accident and emergency when COVID came and you had to get into the old casualty. COVID would have run away in the hospital. Run away. Because you could not do what they used to call it? Physical distance, social distance. So that the old casualty did not have the space to be able to accommodate that. And I will never forget when I left the renaming of the Kenmore Husbands Highway the Friday evening. And I told Dale Marshall, come and go with me, we going to the old naval base. He said, for what? I said, because I feel that's where I can find a hospital so that I don't have to have all the people in the QEH exposed to the COVID. And when we got down there about 6:15 the evening, bush taller than this stage. By the next morning, MTW was down there and cleaning up inside Harrison's Point because everything had been, people carry away all the copper, people carry away everything down in there. Because the last government, when the prison moved, just left it to ruin. And in 4 weeks' time, we had more ICU beds at Harrison's Point than even at QEH for the last 50-something, 60 years. I tell you these things, not for anybody to thank me, but to lay the foundation for the fact that even though we went to an IMF program, the Barbados Labour Party took 18 months in opposition and prepared ourselves for it. So that within 7 days of being in office, having consulted the social partnership, and I will never forget the meeting, I asked everybody as the first question, who in here want to save the Barbados dollar? And everybody put up their hands, the unions, the private sector, everybody, the government people, the permanent secretaries that we were now going to work with. I said, well, take that piece of paper and everybody write down the top 3 ways. Because I don't know that there's only so much things they can do. And at the end of the day, 80% of what people write down come to fruition. And we say, and we agree. And then the other 20% over the next few months, we work out, and we submit a program. Little did we know that when we finish our debt restructuring, COVID would have lick us down so. Little did we know. But we come through that too. And why I have come here tonight is that even though we've started the small steps outside of COVID and under this program, come the end of June, it is us, and us alone. We can get help on speed dial. But it is us to try to make sure that even though outside overcast like tonight, I still talking from a meeting, we still doing our business, so overcast don't stop you. But look how many of you walk with an umbrella. Look at me walk with a jacket. Other people walk and wear sneakers because they don't want the toes getting wet and gone in the mud. People walk prepared, raincoat. And that is what we will do for the next few years as long as the world remains as unstable as it is. This is not the 80s and the 90s where many of us had it sweet and you're thinking about just enjoying life and doing what you got to do. We live in a different world. Nobody ever thought that Europe would go to war again in our lifetime. And the last time Europe was at war, your parents were eating big grain rice and your grandparents, you know what big grain rice is? It was sweet potato. Because you couldn't get no rice. Barbados don't grow no rice. And all the things that had to come in from outside was scarce. Just like today again, when you hear this fancy language of supply chain disruption, what does it mean? That it can be difficult to get the things that you need to get to move between countries. And that's from food to spare parts. You need spare parts for the cars. You need spare parts for the hospital. You need spare parts for all kinds of things, for buildings to work with the air condition. Study ahead. And what we got is a bunch of people coming talking foolishness when the night come, trying to humbug and divide people. But I can come to them tonight too. Don't worry, Kerry coming after me, so when I get comfortable. When I get comfortable. I come to talk real. Because if we are to grow and continue to grow, Barbados has done better than most countries in the world in the last 5 years. Don't get tied up. From the time COVID hit, we started to move away from a lot of the other countries because of how we managed. And with the help of the IMF and others, the American Development Bank and the others telling you foolishness about debt. Our debt in 2018, with the money that we owe away, was $18 billion, 16.1 or something, so in real terms, and then 1.9 billion that you ain't pay, just because you ain't pay the light bill, you ain't pay the shop that you owe, you ain't pay the man, you ain't pay the man bringing around the clothes, you don't owe it. The fact that you ain't paid don't mean that you don't owe it. Let me get real. So that our debt then was 18. It is down today. Even with all the borrowing that them talked about in 7 years, it went down to 12. It is back up to 15. Good Lord, 15 ain't less than 18. Unless you're using Kelmanomics, where 20 was more than 80. My point is this, and you heard the others talk about it. There is not one of us in here, unless you born filthy rich, and there ain't got many of them in this country, that can build a house without borrowing money. That can buy a car without borrowing money. But you spread it out over time. Because you know if you had to pay back the money for the house in 2 and 3 years, it would kill you. But if you pay back for the house over 20, 25, 30 years, it's easy so. If you pay back for the car over 5 years, it's easy so. So that they are coming. Give them a chance. They are coming to try to hobble this country's future development as they did in 1991, as they did in 2008. And you have to ask yourself, as I said, why is it that each time they keep being drawn back into the pit? It is because both Frondell Stewart and now Ralph Thorne play out a 1960s, 1970s playbook of Errol Barrow, without realizing that if Errol Barrow was present today, he would be playing different shots on the wicket. And I ain't telling you what I believe, I'm telling you what I know. Because he was a man that understood that you had to play the wicket, not be a statue and play every ball as if every ball was the same. And those who are true and loyal members of the Democratic Labour Party know that. And the heart hurting them tonight because they know that they used to belong to a party of progressives and not a party that worship the dead. And I don't only mean the dead from the Democratic Labour Party, because the only thing that is titillate Frundell and titillate Ralph is talking about Aristotle and Plato and all other kinds of people that dead 2,000 years ago, but can't see nor feel how you hurting and how you need to pull yourself together to lift up. Because as we know, one blow is kill all cow. And our people taught us that if we work together in solidarity, that is why when the Barbados Labour Party was formed in 1938, it was called the Barbados Progressive League. A lot of people in this crowd don't know it, but tonight you're going to learn. And 3 years later, Grantley Adams and Hugh Springer and all of them would have formed the Barbados Workers' Union, recognizing that if you didn't band together, you couldn't overcome the plantocracy, that there is unity in strength, which is the theme of the union. I say to you tonight that I need you here to understand that Barbados has reached a critical juncture. This is not the 70s and the 80s. The world is at war. Not a world war, but war in Sudan, war in Ukraine, war in the Middle East, war between India and Pakistan. And who don't got war have gunplay. The Caribbean, not Barbados, other countries in the Caribbean are among the top 10 countries in the world with a per capita murder rate. 6 of the Caribbean countries and the other 4 in Central America. We live in a different world. The other thing that people have in today's world is choice. They don't have to come to Barbados. They can go to Grenada. Grenada got more beach land that is virgin, that people can go and build large hotels for acres and acres and acres. St. Lucia, you see in St. Vincent now a big sandals and another one going up at beaches. So do not believe that Barbados has the same competitive advantage that it had in the 1950s, the 1960s, and the 1970s. If you want people to recognize you, you have to stand up and you have to be attractive to them. And attractive to them means that you have to be a stable country, that you have to have good stability, that you have to be safe, that if you say you're going to do something, you do it, that you have to have a skilled workforce, that the people know what to do. And thank God, the biggest advantage Barbados got now is not the space that we got left to develop, but is the quality of our people. And we have to don't believe that because we're good now that we will be good always. We have to dig down and keep training and retraining. Well, I got to retrain at my level. I don't take it for granted. I got to read. People say, but you don't read a script. I don't read a script because I speak what I know I feel. But I still have to read and prepare and think. When you see an athlete, they got to prepare, not true? When you see a cricketer, they got to get fit. If not, they can't last it out there for a whole day, far less 5 days in a test match. So don't get giddy. Don't get tired. We have to prepare. And part and parcel of what Ralph is trying to do in this country is to run the same playbook of 2008. They came to you and told you that this country did not need investment. And they told you that Owen Arthur should be put in his place for telling you that land must fetch its highest economic value. But what they did was to take what Owen said and take it out of context. Because it is not that we build hotels or villas because we just like rich people. We like affluent people. They are done to give our people jobs. And jobs help you pay rent and pay mortgage. Jobs help you give your child mother money. Jobs help you do the things, get a car. Be able to enjoy yourself a little bit on a Friday and Saturday night so you don't get a heart attack because the pressure get too much and you ain't letting it steam off. Let me get real. And what Barbados has, not now, tourism has been in our business for over 100 years. That does not mean that we've not tried to diversify. Of course we've tried to diversify. But even with diversification, we know, and the people of St. James North and the people of St. Peter and the people of St. Lucie know it more than most because this is the Platinum Coast. And this is what helps pay our bills. When COVID came, I knew it. I felt it. Because we had no money coming in the treasury. Not a cent. And we understood what it meant then to have hotels and people working. And then the people, the truck drivers that got to bring the goods from Bridgetown and carry them to the hotels, so the hotels got food to feed people. The people who got to go and service the air conditioners in the hotels. The people who got to go and fix the pools, because if you don't fix the pool, you can have a public health crisis. Study ahead how many jobs a hotel or a villa is sustained. The gardeners. And you're going to come today in 2025 and talk about people being imprisoned. The only imprisonment was when he refused to support in Parliament the Labour Clauses bill that was brought by us, this government, to make sure that if you're going to benefit from concessions, that you treat the workers of this country properly. And we brought this bill in this country in 2024. And Ralph Thorne stood in a parliament and couldn't support it properly. And you want to tell me tonight about morality? Tell me that you are a Shakespearean follower. And we will all clap because we know you like to quote and talk. Tell me that you could go in Queen's Park Theatre and you could even perhaps go to Hollywood and get an Emmy or a Grammy. Not a Grammy because that's music. An Oscar and an Emmy. And we will say, it's true. But don't come telling me, you who can't even read the estimates in Parliament, don't know which page to turn, don't know what to do, and you're going to come telling people on the West Coast, Kerry, your constituents, Chad's constituents come May 22nd. I heard cat for that. May 22nd. And you're going to come telling us that you believe that people are imprisoned? This is the government that said that in addition to the Labour Clauses Act, that there should be a minimum wage. Don't pay people below a certain amount. And this is the government that come June, that minimum wage goes from $8.50 to $10.50 an hour. Per hour. And you want to talk, we say that we shouldn't be giving out the concessions that we give. Let me tell you a secret. One, don't give out the concessions the way you think the people are going. Which other part they're going? All the rest of Caribbean countries looking there to say, oh Lord, come here, do that. Let me catch you first. Follow Ralphie. And we mean Ralph Gonzalez. Two different Ralphs. I don't know where they got the same name. I am telling you, if we don't understand that we are in the business of attracting people, Barbados does not have enough production capacity to earn foreign exchange to be able to buy the shirt that is on your back, to buy the cap that is on your back, to get the flour that Nicholls Bakery there depending on to make the bread. We might get through with the ground provisions, and we could get through with the chicken and the pork as we should and must, and some lamb and some fish. But we ain't got enough oil for them cars to move. almost everything that we use depends on foreign exchange. And that's why the foreign exchange cover moving from 300 million last month, it was at 3.4 billion. That's 3,400 million as opposed to 300 million. Wanna following me? And whereas what we inherited would last us after we pay the debt for 1 week, what I have today will last Barbados about 31 weeks. Now we need to keep earning. And in doing that, in addition to having the concessions, and don't let's get tied up, it was their government, the last government, that gave Sandals the concessions. And I'm not going to be dishonest and tell you it is a bad thing. We felt that they gave too much at the time, but having given it, it was law. And the difference was that if you get it, Saitoma, I can't say to Maureen or Tyra that they can't get it, because we live in a country of rules and fairness and transparency. And the Labour Party came in and said, well, if you're giving them that, you're going to have to give the Bajan hoteliers and the other hoteliers the same thing. Well, I don't know how hard it has been to adjust to the loss of that while still running a country that allows your children to be able to go to school and to go to UE and to do whatever you want. And while the hospital is not perfect, the reality is that we have been able to do far better than was being done because we've had to spend far more. But what is worse is that Ralph comes telling you, give the rum shop owners what the hell he thought we were doing when we gave them in March, them, every cook shop, every restaurant, everybody the right to import duty-free. All the food, equipment for kitchens. What is it that has cost the most in a restaurant or a cook shop? What's cost the most? The fridge, the freezer, the stove, the oven, the barbecue grill. And this government, in March of this year, made it possible for everybody from Belle Plaine to Sion Hill, from Batallies and Roadview to Gemswick, from Greenfield, right back across to Western, all can get duty-free access going forward so long as you register. But then again, he comes to Parliament and he spends his whole time in the phone looking at messages and smiling, and the others happen to pass behind him there and see looking at himself. Ask Kerry Simmons. Why never seen nothing so? They say he's looking at it, he said, Ralph is a beautiful boy. Ralph is a lovely boy. Look at Ralph. Take this one, Ralph. Now, if he wasn't doing that, and he was listening to Ryan Strong, or any of the other 28 speakers, he would have heard that this government went where no other government has gone in this country, recognizing that tourists go across the entire island to eat. And it would not be fair for me to only give the big hotels or the restaurants the duty-free access. So here's a government protecting the hotel workers. Here's a government with the same Labor Clauses Act. We do the same thing with the construction workers. And you're going to hear Colin soon come to that, because you have to make sure that if you set a standard for pay and a standard for terms and conditions, that people have to live to that, particularly in the construction sector. And what we did is also then see the small investors. So when I talk to you like this, it is because he is using a 1960s and 70s playbook to try to rile you up, to try to get you angry, for political divisiveness, because he feels that the more you can make people angry and the more you can make people jealous, that they will vote, even if they end up voting against their own interests as they did in 2008. Nobody expected when you gave David a chance. And I certainly didn't, and maybe it would have been different if David had lived. I genuinely believe so. But what we ended up having was paying the price of bad judgment. And what their record has shown us is that every time they enter the steps of Parliament in majority, they do not deliver for the people. And Ralph has used the opportunity of of the ease of walking across the floor. Let me leave it at that, because I can think of some other words that are a little more choice. The ease of walking across, less distance than this car park. Less than 20 steps. And all of a sudden, he joined leader of the opposition salary. And now asking for money for the Democratic Labour Party when he know that the rules don't allow them to access it. And those were the rules set by the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party 30 years ago. Why is he so concerned about money? I tell you, I ain't dealing with that tonight. But I go further. This country now must know better from experience. If you don't want the investment, Antigua, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica will take it tonight, not tomorrow. And we have to stop this love-hate conversation about investment. What we must do is what this government has been trying to do, is that when the investment come, my mother teach me always that you don't accept anything, that no comes before anything. And the others will tell you that there are people who have come to this country who wanted to do things, and I said, nope, not about here. And I've also said, no, we cannot accommodate you at this time. No, I have other uses for it. You know what was one of those conversations? Ironically, in St. James North. Because I went in front of Faye Lucas' mother shop last election. And I told you, ironically, the members of this constituency, that I am not going to allow the Barbados Fire Service headquarters there to go into private hands. And that this government is not only about beach access, but it is also about beach facilities wherever we can for Bajans. And that fire service spot will be used. Now, when I came to you, we still were in COVID. Don't let me get tied up. And when all was said and done, right next to the fire station is what? The fish market. And we made a determination to do the fish market first. Because in doing the fish market first, not only are we helping the people who work in the fish market, but we are making sure that the people of the community can have what? Access to fresh fish. And now that that has been finished and open, we can now set our sights to being able to do the design to make sure that that location down there on the beach will be made available to Bajans in this constituency to be able to have both vending kiosks and obviously a restaurant or some kind of food cook shops on the upstairs of the buildings. Because you may use a different building rather than being limited to that particular design, which was really more for fire service. So that when people come, we have conversations. We don't just give them everything. They were the ones that gave cost you less. Not just the capital stuff that they needed, the bricks and the heavy equipment. They gave them the shelves, the nails. They give them everything, every little piece of thing. And this is the government. Ryan Strawn, ask any member of parliament, Ryan Strawn is as straight as They're difficult too. You understand? When it comes to defending the public purse, Ryan Strong stand up like an upright man, straight, and talk just as straight. But it doesn't mean that we must not work with people, because if we don't get the investment. And the other thing that we're going to have to come to grips with is that Bajans are not in sufficient number to do the work that needs to be done across the board. And if we don't have the Bajans here to do it, what are you going to do without it? This is a constituency that's full of Lucians and other Caribbean people. Under Errol Barrow, people were coming in here when Bajans did not want to cut cane, not true? When they did not want to do agricultural work. And therefore, for 50 years, you know what befuddles me? That it is Errol Barrow more than even Grantley Adams, because Grantley had a different environment within which to work in the 50s. Grantley had to deal with the plantocracy. Grantley had to deal with giving you holidays with pay. Grantley had to deal with giving you fair terms and conditions. Errol Barrow had to deal with the emerging industrialization of this country. And Tom Adams came to deal with the building of the new economy and starting to make right other things that Errol Barrow started. Barrow saw the Tenantries Development Act and tried to create fairness in it. Tom Adams came and said, look, what he did is good with fairness, but I go in a step further. You must be able to buy the land, because if you live on a plantation tenantry, your parents more than ever, through the blood, sweat, and tears, give. And therefore you should pay no more than 10 cents a square foot for the land. And today, 40-something years later, those who are entitled on plantations across Barbados still paying the same 10 cents. So it's cheaper to buy a piece of land and the plantation tenantry than to buy a pair of sneakers. 5,000 by 10 cents is what? $500. 3,500 square feet. 35 by 10 cents, $3.50. And then Owen came and recognized that we had to open up even more. And foreign trade, as Kerry would tell you, and international trade became more and more, not in goods, because we don't do enough goods, we do some, but in services. So we cannot build a country without people and without investment. Now the people we want first to come is Bajans. Tell your family that it's time to start coming home. Tell the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, because I feel strongly that your great-grandchild should have as much right to citizenship in this country as you or your grandchild or your child. And these are the discussions we must be having in this country. But instead, you have a leader of the opposition wanting to practice the politics of divisiveness, wanting to mislead you, wanting to call for things that the government given already. Restaurants don't get everything, but they're going to get the food equipment. I ask you, my friends, to recognize that the election choice is clear. Exceptionally clear. And in Chad Blackman, I bring a man not to come and be also ran. I bring a man who can add serious value to the condition of this country, especially as we prepare to walk on our own once again for the first time in 7 years. When I asked this country to walk with us, when we sought to become a republic, I knew that that would be the first step that we needed to get Bajans to develop the confidence to look in the mirror and see the mirror image, as Mr. Barr would tell you, that you love, in order to prepare for this moment. Because I knew that if you are going to be an adult, just like your children have grown to be adults, they must be able to stand tall and stand strong. And what is our condition in this country that I'm asking you to ask Chad to come and help build? We are good, but we can go into trouble if the international economy goes. But if we continue steadfast, we will, even if we get into trouble, we will not fall as far as others or as far as we would have fallen before. Unemployment in Barbados tonight, the end of last year, was 7.1%. In other words, almost 93 people out of every 100 working. And I don't take comfort from that, because the General Secretary of the Workers' Union will tell you that she keeps talking to us about underemployment and not just unemployment. And that is why the Labour Clauses Act mattered so much. And Kerry Simmons and Ian Goodenedgell would have worked with me for over a year to get the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association to recognize that we asked these workers to make a sacrifice in the middle of COVID. And if they didn't agree to the sacrifice, with us changing the Severance Payments Act, that all of the hotels in this country, plus the government of Barbados' Severance Payments Act fund, would have gone bankrupt. But I live in a blessed country where when we are in trouble, people know how to pull together and lift together. And that is why I say, if you share the burden, you must share the bounty. And that is why you're going to get the $300 check, each and every one of you over 18 years old in this country. I would have loved for it to be more. But what I do know is that in households with a mother and 2 or 3 adult children working, 18, 20, she might got another child at 17 and at 10. You and I know that's the reality across a lot of households in this country. She can now rely on 3 or 4 300s coming in that household. You mean that ain't gonna make a difference to people? You forget that I run a line football tournament where the men tell me that the $75 a night is what will help buy some Pampers and buy a few goods so that they could get to the next game. Rather forget that the old people tell us that ungratefulness worse than witchcraft. I ask you to let us deal with reality over rhetoric. Let us deal with action over words. Let us deal with substance over stunts. Let us deal with empathy and caring over turning your back. And if you ever wanted to doubt me, ask Steve Blackett. Steve, I know wherever you are in this world, you hear my voice. Ask Ronnie Yearwood. They may be my opponents, but they were never my enemies. Ask Tyra. Ask Undine. No, Miss Map, that's the one that's hurt me the worst. Because in 2013, when she went on that bus and let that bus take out and go along the road when we know that it should never have been carrying anybody anywhere. The only place that dump was carrying us to was the dump up there in Vaucluse. And poor Miss Map being treated, shut out, treated like I don't know what. People can't use the bathroom. The lady that gave them the stove so that they could cook in there. What foolishness is this? And I'm not ready to talk about how Ralph treat Neil. No. You cannot go be opportunistic and walk less than 20 feet. Take up a job that can give you a salary and a pension. You forget that. And then chase away everybody who was trying the best to rebuild the party. I may not agree with all of them, as I said. How you treat Trisha Tanner, she said it too. Tyra, I thank you for coming here. And some of you who come, I can take care. That's the truth. Not because I train for all, But because this place, this country, must create space for people to add value, because we still, if I take all, I still don't have enough for us to lift up Barbados and to fight off the winds from Donald Trump, from the UK, from France, from India, from all of the other parts of the world. And when we finish with that, we got to deal with the climate crisis. What foolishness. I am a strong Democrat. But there are other parts of the world where they find ways of utilizing all their people. I don't agree with that, because sometimes it means suppression of opinion. But in this party, this is the same party that every month that's go and hold Paris Speaks and that's go and hold Ideas Forum. But Ralph instead goes into a party, runs everybody out. But I suppose that's what happens when you see a rat. I don't know which rat they saw, because there used to be a lot in River Road by the bus stand there. George Street and far. But goes out there, the place gets empty. You now start to exploit emotionally vulnerable people. It's wrong. And then you take a few who are the weakest of the weakest, from fluffy to fluffy to fluffy. And in taking the weakest, you then want people to believe that you are serious when you are not even engaging with proper ideas or replaying a scenario that is suitable to the decade in which we live. We live, Ralph, in the third decade of the 21st century. You will be 70 next year or year after. You must appreciate that. If it's one thing you have, is that you have lived long enough to know. And I say to the Barbadians tonight, but I say in particular to the residents of St. James North, leading this country and managing its affairs going forward in this uncertain world is going to be a very, very, very difficult exercise. As I speak to you tonight, when I get off the stage, I have to go and speak to the National Security Advisor of Kenya. Why? Because the Kenyan troops are in need of assistance in Haiti. The equipment that they need has not been given to them. And if they don't get it, they go like lambs to the slaughter. 1 million people in Haiti tonight have been displaced in the last few years. More people are killed in Haiti every month. Not every month, sorry. Many months last year than were killed at any other point anywhere else in the world. And yet Haiti is not at war with another country. Haiti is imploding. And as chair of the Caribbean community, I had to remind the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that I came to office like Chad as a youngster, young Minister of Education in 1994. And the first trip that Owen Arthur made to my memory was to go to Washington to deal with Haiti. And 30 years later, I am having to deal with Haiti as chairman of CARICOM, dealing with worse circumstances. And a world, as Pope Francis has said, enveloped in indifference, not seeing people, not feeling people, not hearing people. And the consequences of it to the region are dire. If a place becomes capable of allowing trafficking in guns, trafficking in organs, trafficking in humans, and trafficking in drugs. If a place has, as we are seeing now, in some things that have been shared with us and that the Kenyans have validated and verified, where people are being forced into labor in exchange for food and humanitarian aid in the country that declared itself the first black republic and repudiated slavery, then all of us have a responsibility to stand up and make sure that the people of Haiti can be safe, and that by extension, we and the rest of the region will be safe. I say to you that in this world, where the climate crisis in Barbados 2 years ago, we had a drought, that our rainfall for the first 6 months of the year was less than half, less than 50% of what it was for the 30 years before. This country needs strong leadership, not the politics of division and divisiveness and jealousy and envy. We have been hit by a freak storm, by Hurricane Elsa, by Hurricane Beryl. And I will tell you more about the coast when we get down later in the week, and the Barbados Oceans and Coastal Authority that we are now going to establish. We have said that we don't expect people from outside, and I can end on this point. I came here tonight to tell you that we have no one to rely on, that we must be firm craftsmen of our fate. And I say to you tonight that when we asked you to be able to come forward and put a little piece of change in the catastrophe fund, and now it is the regenerative and resilience fund, and the government will equally do that. Every year we do it because God helps those who help themselves. And we cannot go to the rest of the world when we have a crisis, and as fate would have it, the rain would start to fall. We cannot go in the midst of a crisis and ask people for help if we are not helping ourselves. So my friends, the choice is clear. The man you heard from, Colin Jordan, is one with whom you can commune, you can eat, you can drink, can walk with you. Little children don't turn the eyes from him. Little children don't run from him, because they know that he is real. They know that he has a spirit of kindness. They know that he has passion. They know that he's already started. And whether it is the tech club or whether it is the co-ops that he wants to get going, people ask, why you didn't do it before? What foolishness is that? The man is now coming. You then say that he has an unfair advantage, that he had a year's notice. Didn't Ralph tell us to call the election last year? But who is telling you to call the election and them ain't ready for it? And then call unfairness. Then call foul. Ask the game to start and then holler foul when the umpire blow the whistle. Foolishness. So my friends, come May 21st, and especially to the young people who have never voted, your ex must not touch the box. You look for the name Chad Blackman, and just as you see on these t-shirts, the X is in the box but not touching the lines. I want you to come out in your numbers. Don't tell me that you know he's going to win. We don't know that. Each ballot box starts empty. But we also have to be able to tell him and the rest of this constituency what your expectations are by coming out and giving the mandate, the rain done, so you can start. It's still coming, a little bit. But it's not a speed dial moment. But I'm asking you to bring out your neighbors, because a message must be sent to him that you are giving him your confidence, and that he must understand that he must be dependable and to give back to you. And this party does it, even in the hardest of times. So my friends, thank you. And as you reflect on the matters, weighty as they are, do us the favor. Do yourself the favor. And give Barbados a chance by giving Barbados Chad Blackman to help lift heavy weight in this country. I hope that you will be with me, therefore, on the night of the 21st. And that when we hear the counting house, we will be hearing Blackman, 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 Blackman. Kerry, come on stage. Blackman, Blackman, Blackman. Blackman, Blackman, Blackman.
We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man. heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability, beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready.
Good evening, comrades and friends. Let me begin by asking you once again to give a round of applause to the Prime Minister of Barbados. Real talk, there is no place in this country or anywhere else on earth that Ralph Thorne will give a speech 1/4 of that quality, I can tell you that. I want to also add my voice to all of you, the mothers of this land and the mothers of this constituency, in wishing you the warmest and happiest of Mother's Days tomorrow. Now, my friends, every time that I come to this platform in support of my friend Chad, I come with one simple purpose, I come to call out the hypocrisy. I come to call out the deceit. I come to call out the lies, the reptilian behavior of those in the Democratic Labour Party. Reptilian, reptiles. I hear some boys say not reptilian, reptiles. And I want to say, we began this campaign now, and we've had a chance to look at what the new look Democratic Labour Party is. Obviously, it is rendered more offensive to the eyes, given the fact that Tyra is no longer with them. They would have reduced in their physiognomy anyhow. But the quality of what they bring to you is nothing more than a disgrace. They have taken that which Errol Barrow built and reduced it into absolute nothingness. And I say to you tonight, comrades and friends, I say to you tonight that we are at a very dangerous place. Now, we have a leader of the opposition who, and I really want to, I come here to talk, I come here to talk. And happily, the little change give me time to talk, right? So I can talk tonight. That party has really taken on the image of Ralph Thorne. It is unfit for anything other than to bear the imprint of the political Lilliputian who is sitting on top of it. It is like a cushion, a deformed cushion. And no, I do not say that to be unkind to Ralph. I am very serious tonight. I say that because that is the most charitable thing I can say about that which he has brought to the Democratic Labour Party. And you just heard me talk broadly about how he has reduced it to an empty shell. But the man himself and his performance as leader and that which he's offering to this country as leader of the opposition tells me, as recently as yesterday, what he talked about with the IMF, the man is vastly uninformed. Vastly. And it is a dangerous thing, comrades. When you can have a man who cannot simply understand. We have completed a program with the IMF. But what was it about? The IMF did not come here to Barbados as they came to Jamaica and handed a government a policy or set of policies. The IMF did not come to Barbados as they went to Trinidad and Tobago and to Guyana and to hand to the government a menu of policies. That which we went through, and this was offensive, that which we went through was homegrown. It was developed by us. It was executed by you and I, all of us, through our various, or the work we do, the adjustments we've had to make, the forbearance, the patience, the Barbadian community as a whole executed that IMF program successfully. And the man who waited at first slip constitutionally to hold a government will tell you that nothing happened. He sees nothing good in a program that has met all of the targets that were set. And we have just come out of a situation where this country, not any others in the Caribbean, this country has seen 15 successive quarters of growth. I want you to think about that. 15 successive quarters. And it is as if Ralph Thorne didn't understand that we inherited a government from the Dems, and he was with us then. So I believe that he should know, because he used to share platforms with us. And if he didn't understand, he could have put up his hand like how a little boy in school would say, but please, Mayor, I don't understand. You could have explained. The same way she explained to y'all tonight, real talk, she would have explained to him. But that man has a fishbone stuck in his gullet named Mayor Motley. The only reason, now we got to be real about this, the only reason that Ralph Thorne is where he is doing what he is doing to you is because he hate Mayor Motley, you know. It is an unextinguishable hatred for one person that brings him to this point. And we went through a program, Homegrown, that helped us to deal with the debt that we inherited. 176% of the gross domestic product of this country. You may ring the bell, Brother Smith. You may ring the bell. 176% of, do you understand what I mean? That means that if you're working for $100 when the week comes, you pay your $100. You push it in your pocket and feel going to push out your chest. I got my money. But then look at the bill, the way that you owe, and it's about, well, every cent of that $100 I owe, and I still got to look for $76 more to pay people before I could buy food, before I could put little gas to cook with, before I could get anything. That's where we were. That, in simple terms, is where we were. Now, if you have a serious leader in the opposition, yeah, you may have got difficulties with how it was done. You may have a difficulty with the policy, because in the second economic plan that we put before this country, the first one was to reduce the debt, which we did. The second was about growth. And there were 9 pillars of growth. And we were supposed to be able to engage intellectually with our opposition on how they would go about growth if they were in government. And that is the kind of debate that we want to have. Let 1,000 thoughts contend. Let the minds of the best in the Democratic Labour Party, as we knew the Democratic Labour Party used to have good minds, and the best of the Barbados Labour Party contend in the interests of you, the people of the country, man. But not with Ralph Thorne. He don't engage there. And it is this constant peddling of feces that is getting under the skin not only of me, but of people all around Barbados. And you know, I tell you, the man is not only vastly unready and uninformed, but he's also actuated by malice. And the malice itself has now gotten under the skin of the people. Why you feel that Steve Partler, way down the road listening to this meeting tonight, Steve Blackman won't be at no meetings of the Barbados Labour Party? Oh, why you feel? I asked Peter Phillips, if I tell a lie, why you feel that I was waylaid on Highway 1 today? I come back from walking through Trent's Entry. Hey, somebody stop me. I'm not calling the lady's name because there is a likelihood that she will be victimized by the Thornian community. And that lady come to me and said, Carrie, I want to talk to you. And I said, well, what is that you want to talk to me about? Because to tell you the truth, I focus on getting votes for the Barbados Labour Party. And my first instinct was, well, this them now coming to offset me. Nothing so. You know the woman come to tell me, I want you to know, I want women to know what's happening inside George Street. So I said, what happened in George Street? My ears break. Well, you know what I mean? And the woman spell out how the lady who called herself in St. Lucia Yolande Brown or Yolande Dujon Brown, but in Barbados got a different name named Felicia Dujon. How when she went George Street, She wanted to run in St. Joseph. And she wanted to run in the Bridgetown seat, city of Bridgetown. And she wanted to run in St. Michael's East. And she wanted to run in St. Michael's Central. And she wanted to run in St. George North. And that she ended up down here in St. James North. I want you to stop. I want you to stop and let us count it out. St. Michael's Central, St. Michael's East, the city of Bridgetown. There's a woman who was made a citizen of Barbados in September of 2023. So in the space of 2023 September, that's a year, and we is now May. Maybe like a year and a half. That woman, they said that Columbus come to conquer the Caribbean. Well, she came to conquer Barbados because she come ashore and was intent to rule somewhere, somehow. 6 constituencies in the space of a year and a half. No. And if there was confusion in Western, because they had a debate as to whether or not there should be a response offered to my very legitimate question that everybody in the North want to know. Yolande Brown, is Yolande Brown or Yolande Dujon Brown from St. Lucia the same body as Felicia Dujon? That should not be a difficult question to ask. When I canvass with Chad Blackman, he begins, hello, I am Chad Blackman. He know who he is. And you know who he is. But if you're born about here, we want to know who you are, star. And if those names are now causing confusion and difficulty, we have to add another one against the backdrop of what we now know. Because if it was in the St. Michael Central, Bridgetown, then you want to go St. George and St. Michael East, and then you want to be, where's St. Joseph? Oh, good Christ. She would have to be also now called Punka Donkey. All over the place. All over the place. No. And of course, we have in a good Labour Party way to explain to the young lady what is meant by Punka Donkey, because she ain't know nothing about that. She would not know about that. She wasn't here in 1993. She know about 2023. But I want to say to you that look, when Ralph Thorne can talk, let me go down now to the issues, man. When Ralph Thorne, I may touch on it just now. I've come here to defend the Prime Minister of Barbados because somebody has to raise their voice at some point now to rein in the foolishness that is being peddled. And I am very, very serious about this. When Ralph Thorne can sit down in front of a panel of people from the media and find it within his breast to talk about how he campaigning on morality of the future. But the Pope was just appointed by a conclave. And the Pope himself is talking about morality today. But the Obeah man, Ralph Thorne, is telling you about morality of the future. He's a fortune teller. He can tell you what the morality of the future will be. And then this is what he gets to talk about. And I want to meet Ralph Thorne wherever he is politically on the issues that he wants to raise. He can pick them, and I will meet him because we have to talk this thing through in the interest of this country. Let us not forget that. All right, let me put it to you this way. Grand used to make me go to church often. I will admit that now I don't go as often as Grand used to make me go. But Grand used to see me there every Sunday. So I know that the book of Matthew at chapter 25, verse 40, tells you, verily, verily, that even as you have done it unto the least of these, so you have done it unto me. Now, if you want to talk about morality, what has Mayor Motley done unto the least of these, the people of Barbados? Perhaps we should begin by taking our mind back to the fact that there is a policy still in existence called feeding 1,000 families. Do you understand what that's about? It's only for Ralph Thorne to get there and make grandiose statements about morality. This Prime Minister of Barbados is the only one that has carved out a special policy of government to attack people at the bottom of our society in order to protect them. I come along hearing for the longest time that there was a social study done in 2015 that says that there are 20% of the people of Barbados who live below what they call the poverty line. I heard that, I read it, I heard it in 2015. And everybody quotes it as though Ralph Thorne, like, oh, he's quote Shakespeare. You just quote that. But what does it mean? It means that in my, let me tell you, it means in my constituency, I could go, let me not call the district, I'm not about embarrassing anybody, but I can go to places in my constituency where I know tonight there are 8 or 9 little children sleeping on pieces of furniture. It might be a tabletop. Some sleeping on the ground. Me and Motley would tell you that there was when we were in opposition, just as we came into government, I, Kerry Simmons, organized with people in the private sector to help me build a house. A house! Because the mother was sleeping in one place with her baby daughter, and there were 2 or 3 other children, all girl children, sleeping in somebody's place of business on the floor on a cardboard box that open up, sleeping on the floor every night. Girl children, 8 and 9 years old. So when you hear about moral intervention, Ralph Thorne, that is where we have to go. Because it is through this government that you reach out now to make sure that those people are taken, embraced, and lifted up. This is not a statistic. This is not just a talk about policy. This is living, breathing, walking, feeling human beings. Born and bred here in Barbados that we have to embrace. And Ralph Thorne won't tell me about morality. What about the other program that comes to mind, which is adopting a family? That you give a family, and we started in COVID, and I believe it goes on to this day, that every month you've reached out now to those who, like on this course, because this constituency, Chad, is very similar to mine. You got Apesale, I got Sandy Lane. You got the surrounding communities. I have those communities that feed off of Sandy, well, not feed off, but correlate with. And some of these people are very kindly disposed to Barbados. So you reach out and you say, look, all of us have to live together on this rock. And what we're trying to do is to put together resources to help make sure that there's stability. Because when men and women are left to starve and can't look after their children, you cannot at the same time expect that there will be social stability, because Bob Marley tell you a hungry man is an angry man. And this Prime Minister of Barbados had an Adopt the Family program, the first and only one of its kind in this country that I know about. Still continues. And I have to speak to you in this way because this is what they are campaigning on. I hear the nonsense, Ralph Thorne, about erosion of democracy. And it hurts me. It hurts me because I'm a Barbadian. And I can come a little bit more now directly to what I see in this constituency, Chad. You know, today, or no, it's yesterday, my constituency assistant and I beating the ground. And we went at the house knocking, and the people next door said, well, the body in there called them going to jazz festival in St. Lucia. So I said, okay. Wow. Well, tell me a little bit about them, because first of all, let me check if they're on the list. Tell me the name. I'm not going to tell you the name, but give me the name. What he's do? He's a barman in one of the hotels. What she's do? She's a primary school teacher. Know them? We got election in community. They're off the jazz festival. They're gone in the comfort and certain knowledge that the country they've left is a country where the bus is running. They're gone in certain knowledge that the country they left got a police force that is not in conflict with the government or conflict with the commissioner as it was under the Democratic Labour Party. They've gone overseas knowing that the country they left is a country where the health care may not be perfect, but you got free health care in Barbados. They've gone overseas knowing that the education system in the country they left is an education system that is working, and at university it is once again working for all the Barbadian students who were taken off when the Dems were in power. And ladies and gentlemen, they go to bed every night knowing that they can wrap themselves in a blanket of comfort called democracy. That's why they're over at the Jazz Festival. Because if you were wrapped up in the turmoil that Ralph Thorne wants you to believe is the life of every Barbadian, if you hear him, he was in the whim. He was in the whim the other night. He and two other people at a whole meeting, 3 of them. No lights, no podium, nothing. A dark corner. You right, my dear, you saw it. There's a guy wrong on WhatsApp. And he plastering the government. The government is the worst thing in the world. And comrades, they got Barbadians tonight that ain't even taking on heed and that because them gone to party in St. Lucia. Tell me about democracy, Ralph Thorne. Tell me about democracy when every blessed month for the last 3 years, Mia, we have been going parish by parish by parish. I know of nowhere in the Caribbean, comrades, nowhere in this region that there's a prime minister who goes every month to a different parish, sits down without any security, sit down and communicates with the people from the parish, and you can line up from here, cross to that house over yonder, the line long, one after the other, unfiltered, unprepared, everything that on your mind you can come and ask the Prime Minister of Barbados and her cabinet about, and the cabinet must be present to help defend the performance of the government. Only place. Arabar never did it. Bree St. John never did it. Tom Adams never did it. Owen Arthur never did it. We know Freundel Stewart would not have done it. Owen Arthur never did it. David Thompson never did it. So let us talk now, because that's right. The lady says a prime minister with a difference. But yet we are being asked to believe this gobbledygook about democracy is under threat. The Ideas Forum. A couple of people on this platform have referred to it tonight. But you understand what it is. The Ideas Forum is about asking you when they come around to your parish to come and sit down and have a conversation with the government so that we in the government pick up a pencil and a pen and take notes about what you want done in St. James, how St. James should look in your view as it goes forward, being developed into the future. What are the issues? What are the concerns? What are the solutions that you feel should be implemented? That is how a government has reduced itself in humility of service. And this imbecile is telling you that democracy is under threat. No, it can't work. It can't work. And I want to say to you that the worst part of it all is the constant carping about an authoritarian dictator. Now look, first of all, let me say something. When Ralph Thorne talks about an authoritarian dictator, I want to first of all start by helping Senator Andre Worrell. Because he, on a platform the other night, I back Mr. Thorne on everything he said about dictator. Mr. Thorne, but everything he said about dictator. Now, I have no difficulty. I have, Senator Worrell, no difficulty if you wish to back Mr. Thorne. But where I have a challenge is that you seem not to understand the word. It is not dictator, it is dictator. And you may be misinterpreted unless you speak more slowly and elucidate. But this authoritarian talk, you know, election was held, the last election, Mayor Motley, you called in January of 2022. The election date, if I recall, is the 19th of January 2022. And she announced the cabinet the Monday after that election was done. And after the election, as you all will recall, the Labour Party was victorious with all 30 seats for the second time. Now here the dictator, the alleged dictator, said to the opposition parties, get together and decide who y'all want as the people to fill 2 Senate seats, because there must be an opposition voice in the Senate. This Prime Minister said that. This Prime Minister said that. Tell me the dictator who reaches into the opposition anywhere in the history of the world to say, come in the parliament and have a voice because you have none. The people chose not to give you one, but I am a dictator. I come in to make sure you get a voice. Tell me where that happened in history. Tell me where in the annals of human history that has happened. But it happened here. And if Ralph Thorne was actuated by anything other than malice, he would understand what a fool he makes of himself when he makes these arguments. Tell me the dictator that during the shutdown of COVID, I am Foreign Minister of Barbados. I was Tourism Minister during COVID. I had a connection to the international community. I know of nowhere in the Caribbean that during COVID, a prime minister in a Caribbean country, in fact, I may be right if I say I know of nowhere that a prime minister anywhere in the world, during the shutdown, called the leader of the opposition to say, I am going to give I'm going to distribute some food hampers to the people. I want you to make sure that you get food hampers for your followers and supporters in the opposition. But that happened here in Barbados. The dictator called the opposition to say, make sure that we can get together so that I can make sure that they've got some food hampers here, thousands of them, for your people. You know, my friends, it is all right to get up and talk and spout garbage. But when you drill down now, you come to an understanding of where we are as a country and what we have to be about as a people. And the problem with the Democratic Labour Party, I think it was Anthony B. who said it, is that they are now in a culture in there where everybody come to raid the barn. But there's a fella who won't plant corn. And that is what made the Prime Minister's speech so important tonight. Because now we are at a time that we have completed an IMF program, that we got now to sit down. And frankly, Prime Minister, knowing you as I know you, it will not be long before you're telling this cabinet that we now must be at a point where we design yet another macroeconomic strategy that is looking at the competitiveness of this country, that is looking at continuing growth, that is looking at increasing our investment, that is looking at diversifying the base of the economy, that is looking at training our people. And you heard Chad Blackman's excellent speech tonight. You heard Indawir give the best speech I've ever heard him give since he was in politics. He's given good speeches, but tonight was par excellence. Because that's what it has to be about. If we can now have cooperatives spread at a parish-wide basis or a constituency-wide basis, and you give a brand, what you are really doing is telling the ordinary man and woman that by collaborating together, you have weight in numbers, and those numbers enable you to have a presence in the market. But we're going to have to go further. We're going to have an economy in which we talk about standards. And everything we do, we got to do it to world-class standards, because even if you're not minded to export, and you should be, we got to make sure that you're doing what you do at the best possible level. Because if you can be the best possible provider of a service to Barbadians, then chances are you're going to be the best of providers across the world, because we smart one another real hard. Real hard. But what we cannot do is continue to turn a blind eye to things that we know are real. So when this election done, Chad and I had to walk along this West Coast from out by me in Prospect and Fitzvillage and Painsby and come all down to where Chad, but by where Colin is, down in Six Mains. I have a word now with the fellows who are doing the jet ski operation and that kind of thing. When I was tourism minister, we had a young couple that went to sea, having a little fun off the West Coast here. And the lady put on a life preserver jacket. Hey, they hit a big wave and the thing turned over about a mile offshore. It drifted. I had an engine problem. It drifted and hit a wave and thing turned over. And the preserver fall apart in the water. Because, again, standards. We deal in business with people, but we are not ensuring that the quality of the life-preserving vest is at a certain standard. And that means that we have to get people to understand, yes, you're going to do your little small business, but you're going to make sure you do your small business in a way that does not lead to injury by people who are your clients. These are the difficult conversations that we must now have with the people as we lift them all up to being the best in class in what they do anywhere in the world. But ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to hear that conversation coming off the Democrat Labour Party platform. Because they feel that the future of Barbados is in cursing because they got 3 potholes and there's a street light that ain't working. Or that they got a standpipe that dripping. And while those things are not to be things that you want to have, that can't be all it is about. We left that in 1967. And the Barbados of tomorrow, as you heard me say, is the Barbados where we are paddling our canoe alone, and we must make sure we do it as well as anybody else because we will be left behind. There's no Great Britain anymore to cry over us and if we do well or not. The United States, Brother Trump would like to see all the Barbadians go on back home anyhow when he come along back home, and that is how the world is looking at it. Now, friends and family, let me say to you that there are going to be some challenges. We have to make this country digitally inclusive. Because that simply means that, as you know, in COVID, we had to find devices for the little children to use. It is a critical thing. And don't feel that because COVID done, that challenge has disappeared. In every school, there are little children today who don't have no device or access to devices at home. But there must be a digitally literate set of young people who are capable not only of using the devices, but also now at a stage where they can write, do coding, who can design programs. Lest we forever be buying programs that somebody sells to us, we should be in a position to write some for ourselves and sell to them. That is the Barbados of tomorrow. In a similar way, Chad made the point to get on a Zoom and abuse him because he's big. But so what? Do John or Brown or do John Brown or Punka Donkey small? So what? In the end of the day, what is the issue? The issue must be that in this land of ours, we eradicate non-communicable diseases. And that we have now to have a concentrated effort on making sure that those things we sell go in a little bit less sugar, a little bit less salt, and make sure that that is now a nationally appreciated thing so that Barbados can continue to be the culinary capital of the Caribbean. But it must also be the place where it's the healthiest in the Caribbean. These are not difficult asks, comrades and friends. And you heard Lisa Cummins tonight, who is the minister responsible for commerce and small business. And all that she said is true. And perhaps we should go a little bit further because there has to be more financial literacy programs in Barbados. The Prime Minister breathed down my neck on that when I was Commerce Minister, breathed down Dwight Sutherland's neck on that. She is a big fan of it. More of it still has to be done because all of you must understand what it is to go and apply for a mortgage. All of you must understand that the challenge in Barbados today is that we got a lot of businesses that are owned by Barbadian black people, but there are very few of them that have been around for 50 years. Even fewer have been around for 100 years. But the businesses that have lasted longest in this country are businesses that are owned by people who don't look or come from the same racial background as we do. So when are we going to make sure that our people are able to pass the business from father to son to grandson? And that is where wealth accrues. That is where there's real wealth. And that must now become part of our culture. And these are the conversations as we go forward that we have to have. So my friends, it is minutes to 12, and tomorrow is Mother's Day, and I do not propose to tarry indefinitely. I want to tell you that there are substantive issues for Chad Blackman to join us in the Parliament and in the Cabinet of Barbados to deal with, and I want to beg you to send him there. I want you to send him there in overwhelming numbers. I want you to send him there and send a message to the Democratic Labour Party that foolishness that they are doing is nothing that you want to look at seriously, that you want a representative of substance, a representative of vision, a representative of dedication, not somebody who's a fly-by-night that chose St. James North last out of 6 possible options. But who chose St. James North because he feels that he has something to offer and can bond with people at the heart and at the head. And with those words, my friends, thank you. Good night. Get home safely. God bless you. And happy Mother's Day.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you got no Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James North massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.
St. James North, Sion Hill, Upper Carlton, and all those who heard and watched online. We just want to thank you for staying with us tonight and wish all mothers out there a happy Mother's Day. And we'll see you next time. Stay tuned to our socials for updates for our next meeting. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Big action. We going big with Chad Blackman.